We got champagne in the pool party. No bikini, no top, don't be silly. Come with your sister, your flyest party. We got sushiraw chef over there. Massage but naked mummies up the stairs. Do what you please in this joint, we don't care. As long as you make it and you let me stare. Baby girl, there's only one rule in this joint. No boyfriends allowed.
Sexiness inside of you. Only exception, you can keep your shoes. Get in the pool and go shaking it, bubbling, bubbling like a jacuzzi. Booty so big, we gon' get it tsunami. Surf it, baby girl, get naked, naked till the sun comes up. Baby girl, there is only one rule in this joint. No boyfriend tonight.
Multiplied and we swap, we don't care. I'ma do anything just for these titties. Tomorrow we wake up, go to the city. Till then we chill and we burn those bikinis. Grab on somebody if you feeling chill.
Oh, sweetie, tonight there's no lies. What you see is what you get in life. There's no filters you can't hide. I can see in your eyes that you want to win. I'll be after party looks alike.
Burning like a phoenix. Due to my bionics. We're building pyramids of phallic. Try to tell me what to say. Personalities of plastic. The face be elastic. You can static. My love make you panic, panic. Try to tell me what to say. The sushiraw soldier's fanatic. Thousand sons of worship illogic. You're the queen of a feeling frantic. Try to tell me what to say. You can move an awful lot amount of money. Will it keep all the family together? You can seek all the glory, the power. Will it bring all the love forever? You can move an awful lot amount of money. Will it keep all the family together? You can seek all the glory, the power. Will it bring all the love forever? I will make you live forever, forever. I will build you palaces, pyramids. I will make you live forever, forever. I will build you palaces, pyramids. Tu es si belle, oh bébé. Tu es si belle, oh bébé. Ma princesse à moi, oh bébé. Ma princesse à moi.
Yo. Oh, did I forget to turn on the AC? Oh my God. Anyway, welcome to Club Shada episode 208. 2018. This show is brought to you by Shada, the gods of good fortune. Thanks to all the new subscribers, 2,000 new subscribers. Make sure you make yourself at home. Make sure you comment on videos. Make sure you leave a like. I read all the comments, all of them, even the bad one. I mean, I might block you after reading your bad comment. It depends. If it's constructive, it's a good criticism. Yeah, cool. Well, I didn't like that song. That's okay. Or you should have, okay. But hate, whatever, like, at least know that I read it before blocking you. If you can help, know that at least I read it. Other than that, damn, did my head become big? The fuck? What's going on? Damn. I need a diet. I need to lose 15 kilos. That's my decision. I'm gonna start the summer. Anyway, yeah. All new subscribers, love on all. Karuiki, Robbie, Mr. G101, Fred de Montana 28, etc., etc., etc. Welcome in this place. This is your home. And listen, everybody in the chat, welcome for this show tonight. It's gonna be, I'm gonna need some help. I'm gonna call Second Bureau because yo. And listen, in the chat, tell me, put the flag of where you are or where you represent or both, and what time it is. Here in Portugal, Lisbon, it is midnight and 48 minutes. So, yo, this is a heavy one. I'm gonna tell you one thing. Some of these shows, the thing is this: we are here to have conversations, the good ones, the bad ones, and we are here to learn from each other. And the main thing I want you to get from this show tonight, because I'm gonna say it a lot, but I'm gonna say right now, my only problem in everything I'm gonna talk about tonight, everything, is that people don't want to have the conversation anymore. It's something that I find disturbing. This thing here is my wife's stuff here is kind of messing with my autofocus for some reason. Who knows why? Like I was saying, this show is brought to you by Shada. You can get this beautiful t-shirt in the Shada website, shadawear.com. And I want to acknowledge our stream royalty, Sirène des Îles, for the month of July. We're already in July. Damn, these years are going like brrr. Sirène des Îles, thank you so much for being our stream royalty. If you want to become the stream royalty, it will only cost you $8, unless Sirène des Îles wakes up and just up the ante a bit. Other than that, I also want to thank all the subscribers, all our sponsors. And yeah, listen, let's get to it. Get to it. I'm scared to get to it, but I mean, I'm not. That's not true. I don't have a problem having those conversations. It's just that I think it's the world makes the conversation scary. And yeah, I'm here for it. Let's go. So I don't listen. I'm gonna try to touch my main subject plus, I would say, 2 more. Yo, I have listen, my list here. I'm looking at my list, and my list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, there's some subjects I keep pushing them because Like the news. Like this, the world is crazy. We are watching in front of our eyes the fall of the empire, and this is crazy. Like everything is becoming like something, and I'm thinking I'm gonna stop using this widget because it pisses me off. But yeah, I'll find a way to make it work the way it's supposed to. As always, the music you're hearing, if you like it, the name is here. All you have to do is go and find it in whatever platform. Mr. Zook Lover, I hope you're doing good. Trish, Nazali Innocento. That's what I have to say. I mean, I think it's the best title for. I think it is. Juju Zhao, how are you? How's your content creation for MIM going? Whenever you're ready, we'll plug the link and send you some of your loyal, same place as us. You know how it is. What's good, Mr. Tana? Everything blessed on your side? How are things going? Master Electronic 147 in Sweden. I mean, 152 now, I guess. Everybody, don't forget to leave your likes. 1:48 a.m. in France for Julie, Canada. Emery, 7:50 p.m. in Canada. Nadia, how are you? I hope you're doing good as well. Don't start with all these problems. Ouais, Blooder. Saru was good. 8:50 in French Guiana. I really have to go. I've got to spend some time with my mentor out there in Cayenne and just live the Cayenne life a bit. It's been a long time. Listen, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna start with R. Kelly. I'm gonna start talking to you about Macy Gray. But listen, let me call. My water ready. Let me call somebody who can guide me. Who can guide me with all this. You have to start coming to the camera, yo, because yo.
Oh my god.
Let me call somebody who can guide.
Yeah. You have to turn me off on the other side.
Yeah. It's too early.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing simple. Some things you don't do alone. You have to call a friend.
Oh my god.
Some conversations you cannot have them alone. You need a friend. So that's why I'm calling you.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat say hello to Trish. Tricia. Miss Trish.
What's up, guys?
Hey. Listen.
Yes.
The show is heavy tonight.
Let me tell you, as soon as I saw the title,
what did you say to yourself?
I was like, no way. I was like, no, tonight is going to be the night.
I mean, the thing is this. Does it have to? Does it have to be crazy?
No.
Or can it just be?
No, but we know how, you know how we are. You know your people. You know how we get.
All right.
So.
All right. Listen. Joel, man, whatever. So listen. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Let's not start with R. Kelly. or where you want to go? When you want to start with? Do you want to start with Marcy Gray? Is Macy or
it's Macy Gray?
Yeah. You want to start with Macy Gray or R. Kelly?
Okay, which one is light? Let's go slow. Okay,
none of them. No. Listen, none of them.
En plus.
Of course.
Oh my God.
Of course, I'm gonna call you. Cannot do this without you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just kind of give me, because R. Kelly, I think we kind of have an idea of what's been going on with him. But Macy Gray, I'm not quite sure why she's in the news right now.
Okay.
Did she say something? She probably did.
Oh yeah, she got canceled. She got canceled yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So I saw it live, and I was like, and she said, "Oh, you're gonna hate me," and actually, I was like, "Oh, damn, wow." She said, "Let me remember clearly what she said."
Oh my
She
God.
said on Piers Morgan. She said, "I don't care if you hate me, but." You can remove your genitals if you want. You will still not be a woman to me.
Yeah.
I can call you her if you want, but you will still not be a real woman. That was her opinion, and now the whole the hive of people calling her a transphobic. Oh my God, this is horrible. This is violent. Oh, I'm feeling, etc., etc. They're all here, and she's getting canceled. And who ran at son secours, qui a volé à son secours, is J.K. Rowling's of Harry Potter fame, who is hated by all the transgender because she's a feminist. She decided to defend women, but like in my question here, I have a question for you. Okay, listen. The thing is this, and you will see my question for you. I'm not gonna ask you questions that can create problems for you tomorrow.
Please don't.
Because we are now.
Do you see how quiet I am right?
But exactly. Listen, this is. But this is exactly the problem for me. The problem for me is that nobody has the courage anymore to state an opinion because they're not scared of the people that they might hurt. They're scared for their careers. They're scared for their job. They're scared for everything because we have given so much power to minority groups that
okay, sorry. Okay, before you continue, I kind of have a question just to kind of clarify that situation. So she was invited to that show with Piers, what's his last name?
Morgan.
He's the UK, he's a journalist, right?
Yeah.
Sorry guys, by the way, this is totally live. I didn't know I was gonna come on.
But that's the thing. The good thing of you being here is that we can have a conversation like if I just called you on the phone and it's genuine.
Yeah.
We're not trying to prepare ourselves, and we're not trying to get this channel disappear.
Right. This is totally unrehearsed. Okay. I have no idea what's going on. So just for my brain. So she went on the show. Yeah. She was invited to the show. Yeah. So what was the question? What was the question that Piers asked for her to say that?
I have no idea, but Piers, when he talks to people, he asks about. I'm gonna give you my opinion of what's going on right now in the world, and I guess what is happening right now is what I'm calling the pushback. I think we went too far in one direction because everybody wanted to be seen as welcoming and pro something. Everybody, and I think once you go too far in one extreme, you create a young in the other extreme. And I believe that what's going on right now is that a lot of people who were silent, and when people are silent because they're scared, because they see that if anybody has an opinion that is different from the opinion that has been decided for all of us, you see people getting canceled, you see people getting millions of people on Twitter raping your brain, like raping your self-esteem and coming and like whatever you're gonna say about an artist, that you say something about Beyonce, like
you get attacked.
You get attacked by people who are doing death threats. Like people completely lost the sense of conversation, of disagreement, and people get angry. Soon as you disagree with them, they disagree. And there's been a documentary that I think is making people talk a lot by somebody called Matt Walsh, I think that's his name, I'm not sure. That is What is a Woman? And he goes to the circles of transgenders, pronouns, like he talks to doctors, he talks to people, he talks to politicians, and he asks in his documentary, he asks the question to everybody, what is a woman? And interestingly, whenever he asks the question in his documentary with those people, people either are turning around the answer and not never answering, or they get angry and they feel attacked because he asks this simple question, and they feel like, oh, this is a question piège. When I mean, listen, I don't know about him that much. I understand he's a conservative. I'm not familiar with what he does, and me, I'm not American, so I don't care if you conservative, Democrat, whatever. I care about what you say on a particular subject, and I personally believe that we can agree on something and not agree on something else. And
right.
Like if I meet, I don't know, in France we have Zemmour, who's the far right in France. If one day I meet him and we talk about, I don't know, football, we might agree on Kylian Mbappé. And it doesn't mean that I agree with him on politics. And I might agree with him in politics on 2 things out of 10. But people just want to hate you or love you, and that's it. And in this whole where we are right now, which is we gave complete power and to women, to trans groups, to LGBT, to minorities, blacks, etc. Like everybody and their mother. Some people for good reasons. Some people really with the belief that it's important, and other people, in America, it's the money that people care about. So a lot of corporation just became pro XYZ just because of trying to sell your subscription.
It's profitable, yeah.
Exactly. There's a mix of a lot of things, and I believe that it's important that women had a voice through the Me Too movement. I believe that it was very important. I believe that it's important that the trans are protected and they have the rights to live and to exist. But I also believe that when you give too much power to people without checks and balance, like we have, all of us. Like if I go tomorrow and walk naked in the street, I get arrested. And those rules must apply to everybody. And I believe that, I wouldn't say that people are drunk on power, but some of them. And I believe that we are now seeing it. We are in a place now where maybe people are starting to try to find the right balance, because a lot of groups are becoming political forces, and they are trying to push an agenda on that they believe is their I don't like to say their truth, because I don't believe that there's multiple truth. I believe that there's just one truth, and some people take opinions and they want to make it just the truth. But I believe that we arrived because I think the Amber Heard case, I think everything is connected. The Amber Heard case is shows a little bit what happens when you just believe anybody that comes as a victim without even checking, and you destroy the life of somebody else without asking yourself just the question, are we sure? And I believe that where we went too far, and it depends what society, because America is way further than the rest of the world, but usually people follow them. I mean, sometimes. I believe that maybe we should make sure is just that part that people removed from the conversation. And now if somebody just tells you, hey, I want to swim with the ladies, I'm a man, but I want to swim with the ladies because I'm a woman and I'm going to win, etc., etc. Nobody wants to ask, well, let's have a conversation about this, because some women might feel that it's unfair. But because of where we are right now, when a woman comes and said, yo, listen, I've worked my whole life to be the number one in swimming and whatever, and I understand and I respect what this person is going through, but I feel that isn't fair. Not me. I'm not Kaysha. That woman. If that woman says, I feel that it's unfair, she has to say it, mask her voice, be in the shadows, because she's gonna get canceled, or they're gonna send her to anti-homophobia, transphobia, to see, they're gonna take her, like, because the idea to just question is now seen as phobia. Well, if you question anything, you question anything about black people, you are a racist. You question anything about LGBT, you are something phobic. Like, and it's not possible to have a conversation this way. Because if we all live in the same society, unless you all want to go build your country, like, if you want to live together with everybody, you're going to have to understand that some things people will accept, and some things people might have a pushback, or some things people will accept in the long run, or whatever. But you cannot just reply to everything as, you are racist, you are transphobic, you are against us. Like, if you're not an ally, it's over. And now we have some places in governments where they are now saying to people, if you don't have your pronoun, it means you're not an ally. If you don't, like, put it in your Twitter handle, or, like, this is where some people want to push it. And some people are saying, wait a minute, it's like, it's not that I disagree with you, it's just like, do I have to talk the way you want me to talk, or to start having pronouns if I don't care? Because some people don't care. Some people have other things to do. Some people are trying to eat, whatever, like, And that's where it
And
becomes.
some people, and sorry to cut you off, and some people are still trying to understand
Yeah. So
the whole concept. So
Exactly.
it's like,
and some people are just saying like, you guys are wanting to change the whole world to your liking, and you are now starting to want to touch on some things that some people believe are facts, and you want to change those facts because there's a decision that for these groups, how I feel is what I am, where some other people say, no, how you feel is how you feel, is a feeling, is an opinion, is a euphoria, whereas what you are is a fact. And for some people, being born a male or a female is a construct of society. The gender is something that is assigned to you as birth because you are born with a penis or a vagina. But they say that they want to put this on one side, and on the other side say, okay, but how I feel is this. And on the other side, some people are saying, no, listen, chromosomes, these, that, if you're born with this genitalia, you are a male. If you're born with this one, you are a female. Then after that, we can talk about how you feel inside, etc., on a case by case. If you really feel that you like, man, except this is not something I'm not in your body to decide for you. If this is how you feel, fine. Then to simplify, back then you would have like the male, female, heterosexuals. Then you would be gay if you were interested, if you attracted by same sex. And at that point it was like 4 groups, and that was it. But now they want to do a division between how you feel you are is what you really are. So if you are born with a male body, in a male body, but you feel that you're a woman, this is what you are, no question. But this opens the can of worms of a lot of other questions, because now if you say that you're a woman, then you can go in the women's bathroom because you don't feel safe in the men's bathroom, especially if you want to dress as how you feel you are. But if a woman says, well, I don't feel safe of knowing that I'm in the bathroom and somebody has a dick. And to this, they reply, you're transphobic. And I mean, I'm not here to tell people how to act, but if you don't want to have conversation and all you want is to push your truth to the throat of people, I don't think it's gonna work. Personally, I don't think this is how you change society. I think it depends. Some people are revolutionaries. They believe in the revolution. Some people believe in the conversation. Some people believe in teaching other people. I believe that maybe in the metaverse, you can be who you want. Or maybe when we arrive in the point where we can actually transfer our consciousness in another body, in a sleeve, like in that series called Altered Carbon, then you can just go to how you feel and you can choose your own body. If you feel like that you're a black person, then you can go be in a black person's body.
That
or
one
maybe
too.
But why not? Because that's the thing.
No, because it's happened before. That's like
I know,
forgot,
Rachel.
I
know. But the thing is this, like I said in another episode, why did we ostracize Rachel Dolezal, who was the blackest of the white people we know? If that's how she felt, nobody should have ridiculed her.
And wasn't she like teaching African American studies?
She went on the top of the NAACP.
Yes, NAACP.
NAACP. Yeah, she went on the top of that. And until
Yeah.
people realize that, oh no, she's not light
They're like,
skinned.
wait a minute.
So, but actually, she was an ally, one of us. But then the black people say, "Oh no, you can only be a black man if you felt what he feels, if you've been through, if you've been the cops, etc." Because American black people have their own reality of what it is to be a black man. That somebody was born in Africa might have another reality depending of if they're born on the poor side or on my side. Like, or if you were born a black person in Belgium, you don't have the same reality as the ones in the US. So you cannot speak for everybody. And so are we in a world where we are 8 billion people with 8 billion opinions, or are we in a world where one group decides how we have to see them and that's it? And that's how we arrive to the question that, or the conversation that Piers Morgan was having with Macy Gray, and he asked her, I don't know what he asked her, but in the snippet, she says, "Yo, you can be pissed at me, but to me, you can cut." You can have an operation and have your things removed, but to me, you're still a man. That's what she said. And Pierce asked her, "Is this how you feel?" And she replied, "No, that is a fact." That's what she replied. She said,
Took it there.
And she said, it's a fact because I'm a woman and I know how it feels to be a woman. And no man can that remove her things can be what I am because they're not. And then all hell broke loose. Everybody went crazy. Articles, all the left media, the liberals start like.
But what are they mad about? Are they mad at the fact that she said it's a fact, that whatever it is that she stated,
Everything.
or her opinion was a fact, or her opinion? What are they?
They're mad about her opinion, and they're mad about the fact that she said that being a woman is a fact. Like it's not a feeling.
So can we rely on the definition of what
now
a woman is?
Now you want problems.
Dictionary, in the dictionary.
No, that's.
I don't know, Kaysha. I remember growing up.
Leave me alone. I'm not part of the conversation. Me, I'm just commenting. That's what I brought you here to have problems. The thing is this. The thing is this.
No, but
the question.
Hold on.
Listen. The question have been. The question have been asked to a bunch of people, and interestingly, nobody wants to answer what it is because everybody's scared to piss somebody nowadays. So.
And I understand that, but hear me out. Hear me out for a second. Remember when we were growing up? Let's take it back, okay? Remember when we were growing up? Mm-hmm. Back in school, in primary school, when we didn't know something, when we didn't know the definition of something, we would look, in the dictionary. Mm-hmm. So now in 2022, right, if you ask me what a woman is, my first, and this is just me, I'm not even, talking about most of us who were born, in 19 whatever. Yeah. But, this is just me because this is how I was brought up.
Okay.
Right? My education, how I was brought up by, the people who raised me. Mm-hmm. If I don't know something, I'm going to look it up. If I'm not sure, I will rely on what I see in the dictionary. Yeah. So,
but what if
is that wrong?
What if the people who you are talking to are saying that what's in the dictionary is wrong because it's a social construct, and they also want to change the definitions in the dictionary, and they want to change the way we talk, etc., etc. This is their fight, and their reason is we want to exist. We want to be seen. We don't want to be like in the shadows, being scared to exist. And our fight, it could be ideologic, whatever, but the only way for us to be accepted, they believe. I mean, I'm not gonna talk for them, but what I'm seeing right now is that there's this movement in America that is a movement where the genders are now separated from the biology. So biologically, your body can be male or female, but what you feel is more important than the biology. This is from what I understood from trying to watch videos from one side and also watch videos from the other side. Forget about God and all whatever. Like, it's, listen, how I feel is more like important because this is my truth. That's the. So if today you tell me I'm a Chinese woman, I have to believe you. If we go to that way of thinking of the world, of thinking the world, which is how I feel. So people say I'm a fox. People say there's groups that are saying I'm 5 years old. I'm 35. I'm 40, but I'm a 5-year-old. So I want to dress. I want to get milk in the breast, etc., etc. And whenever somebody says, but yo, listen, I mean, R. Kelly, like, people are like, you are whatever, my group phobic, because people don't want to have conversations. They just want to be accepted in however they feel. And this is the opinion of Julie is, wait, let me find it. For me, that's transphobic, and she what she said is very ignorant. That's Julio's opinion. Like, and some people are believe that, yo, whatever I feel is what is the truth. So the question here is the question, but my question personally is, in 2022, do we have the right to disagree? This is my question. Because it feels like if you just say, well, I was raised differently, or I believe in God, whatever is your reason, me personally, like, I'm not talking to me, I'm not going to give my opinion, because I just want to talk about what other people are saying. So because nobody's going to cancel me for opinions. But if somebody says, well, listen to me, if you are if your body is a male body, you a man, you a male. And if your body is a female body, you a woman. Now, if you feel trapped in a woman's body, there's been enough study about this that it's possible that this is really how you feel. Some, depending on your belief, some people scientifically, it says that it's a gender dysmorphia. But there's a term for it. Sorry, I'm not finding it right now. But they have a term for it. If you believe, like me, I'm a Buddhist. I believe in reincarnation. So if you came from another life where you were a woman and you are now in a male's body, for my belief of being able to come from one life to the next life, you might still feel how you were in your last body. So I can believe it, I can accept it. But then telling me yo, because this is how I feel, this is what I am, and that's it, and no more conversation, and let me go swim with this, let me do that, I might be like, can we talk about it? Because it's complicated. Like, we cannot just simplify something that is so complicated. That's my opinion. But people don't even want to hear this. If I just say this, boom, let's go, transphobic. And I think
automatically,
and I believe it's complicated because it might be counterproductive. What Julie is saying, for example, that what she said is transphobic. I don't see what is transphobic in saying what is your opinion. But when people become so sensitive that your opinion becomes an attack, when it's just an opinion, she didn't say these people should not exist, because what she added was, if you want me to call you her, I will happily, because this is how you feel and I accept how you feel. But in terms of biology, if you were born with a pussy, you're a woman. That's it. This is my definition. That's what she said. That's not me. Hey, that's
those
what she
her
said.
Words.
That's her words. That's what she said. So, but the problem here is that if somebody gives that opinion, and I believe this is the opinion of millions of people in the world, but those people are scared because people will say, "Oh, this is transphobic. This is very ignorant." But see, I mean, how you can say that something is ignorant if it's how somebody was raised for the last 40 years, and now you arrive at it, no, that's not the rules anymore. What you mean? Why? What happened? No. Yeah. That person is not a boy. What you mean it's not a boy? So you have some doctors that are saying also that starting at 0 years old, at 4 months, babies know what is their gender. They're thinking about it. They already know that they want to change. So we're ready to show them the right way. That's how these doctors with blue hair are talking. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm just like, but
not the blue hair. What do you have against people with blue hair?
nothing. I'm gonna tint my pubic hair blue. Don't worry.
Do you see how people can just attack you?
Yeah.
Just off of one comment, you know what I mean?
Exactly. But personally, to me, that's the problem. The problem is not the opinion. Listen. Okay, let me give you my opinion. However you want to feel inside of your body, I don't care. If you white like a redhead with translucent skin, but you believe that you're a black woman, and that's really how like you feel you are, and you feel that your ancestors put you in this body for whatever whatever journey, but in the next life you will be back to being a black person, and you really feel it inside of your bones, etc. I don't give a fuck. You can be who you want to be. But it is still, because if I'm not inside of your body, I cannot feel for you. But because you're not inside of mine, you cannot also instill this feeling for me. I'm still gonna see you how I see you in my eyes, but I might accept what you believe, or I might say she's nuts. But this belongs to me. And what I find offensive personally is the fact that people want to decide for you how you're supposed to feel, and decide that if you don't accept what they feel, it's the end of the world. You are ex-phobic, you ignorant, etc. And so, but if right now I say, guys, I'm a cat, the same people will say, yeah, you're nuts. And they don't even accept the possibility that some people might see them are like, yo, like, you cannot just come and say I'm this. And at the same time, I grew up with enough people that like, I grew up with gay and trans people from my family in Africa. and in Europe.
Oh wow.
So
really?
yeah, and those people personally at that time, we didn't even have those conversations. So those people are normal to me. I never saw them as strange. Listen, we were too young to even think about it. So once you grown up, once you're 20 years old, these people have been in your life your whole life, and you love them. So you don't see them as strange people. They're always there. So if you grew up with them, for you, I mean, personally for me, the conversation is not like do I agree? I don't agree. My only problem is the aggressivity of the victimhood. And there are some real victims, but we cannot forget that this is how we arrived to Jussie Smollett, Amber Heard, and all these people.
Oh my God.
That's how we arrive to these people, when there's no checks and balance. So if as an artist you don't have the right anymore to say your opinion about something, you agree, you don't agree, you like it, you don't like it.
And she was, I'm sure, I mean, I didn't see the clip, but I'm sure she was asked a very specific question. Because no one, I mean, I don't think she woke up that morning and she was like, oh, you know what, today, this is what I'm going to talk about. You know what I mean?
Joel is asking if you are telling them to change the dictionary.
No, what I was saying was, back in the day when we were growing up, when we were still, in those formative years, right? We're learning stuff in school.
Yeah.
We would refer ourselves to the dictionary.
Ellis Boys is saying, apparently the definition of a woman has been amended in the Oxford Dictionary. Let me turn on.
Okay. All right, so things are changing.
Yeah, things are
right, and I think the flip side to this is, for those of us, and I'm gonna put myself in that category, for those of us who may be ignorant, and when I say ignorant, not meaning that we don't want to learn, it's just that we don't know. Right? Yeah. Being ignorant means that we don't know, right? Or we don't have enough clarification on something.
Yeah.
Right? So for those of us who are ignorant when it comes to this brand new wave, this, just like you were saying, how, some people, they were born as a man, but, they in their mind, in their body, they feel like, no, I'm actually a woman.
Yeah.
Like, that's fairly new to someone like me. That's a new concept.
Not to me.
Right? So, right. But that's because you had a different type of experience, just like you explained earlier.
I've been clubbing for a long time.
Okay. There you go. So, but to me, this is brand new. Mm-hmm. So even the whole trans thing, like, to be trans, do you have to go through the surgery in order for you to be part of that community or not? Like, I personally have so many questions because it's not something that I'm familiar with.
I think it's a very interesting conversation, and I think they are very interesting question, because, and I believe that if people were less sensitive, just a bit less, and I understand. I mean, I'm not in the, listen, I understand that some people become radical because of whatever they've been through. And I cannot put myself in their shoes. And it's the same thing when we talk about politics. It's the same thing when we talk about Africa. Some people have been hungry for so long that they don't care about all your conversation. They just want a gun and shoot people. This is, yeah. So, but I believe that if people were able to listen to the other side and not straight away say, oh, I feel violated by your words, people would be able to say, yo, listen, I don't understand the concept, because to me this and this, and when they say this, you just calm down. You don't need to be like, oh, you can just be like, Oh yeah, listen, I can understand. I can explain to you, because personally, there's a lot of things that sometimes I have friends that are not African or not black or not musicians or whatever we're talking about, or not DJs, and we're gonna have a conversation, and they're gonna tell me something that, yeah, but I don't understand why you guys are not doing this, and this. For example, like we speak about Congo, for example. Yeah, but I don't understand. Like some French friends would tell me, yo, but I don't understand why you guys don't do this and this and this, and why you all don't go back there and do this and change this and that. And instead of just saying, oh, I'm violated by your words and conversation over, let me go tweet and try to have as many people as possible go and harass that person, which is actually what you are complaining, that you've been harassed, you've been purchased, you've been like, but you do it to other people. So personally, when somebody tells me something and I need them to understand something, what I say is, okay, you have some time, let me explain to you why we don't do this and why we don't do that, or why we can't do this, or why politically this and that and that. Let me explain to you about what happened in the 60s. Let me tell you about CIA. Let me tell you Lumumba. Let me tell you about the Coltan. Let me tell you about the lakes. Let me tell you about the Mineral Act. Let me tell you why these zones is, like, let me tell you about genocide. Let me tell you about all this. And maybe in 4 hours you will understand why things are not changing, and why it's more complicated than you think, because everybody who tried to change it had a bullet in their head. So
yes,
but if you cannot take it on yourself to be able to explain to people, even if you have to explain 1,000 times, so that people can explain and people can be like, listen, it continues to be strange to me, but at least I see that you are genuine about this, and I believe that this is how you feel. And yo, listen, that this must be crazy. This must be, my God, like, but how do you do, and how do you, like, do you feel pain? Do you feel like do you feel horrible in this body? Like, how do you feel? Like, and people might be really interested because you are welcoming. Instead of whenever somebody says something and it's a celebrity or whatever, your only reaction is, oh, let's cancel that person. Let's go. Let's make it the news. Let's have 1 million tweets. Let's do death threats. Let's, like, personally, I believe that people are, whatever is your, I mean, listen, in the black movement, it was the same thing. Some people believe in Martin Luther King. Some people believe in Malcolm X. And some people believe that it had to be the violence. That was the only way. Some others said, no, the acceptation was the way. And maybe it's in the middle, the solution. Maybe one needed the other one to be able to sometimes, you know, tell the people, hey, if we cannot negotiate, we can still do this, because that's the art of war. And this is what my mom sent me a text. This is,
oh, hey mom.
Hey. So yeah, in my opinion, let me write it to her. Yeah. So yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, we are in this situation. Personally, from me looking outside, like, I don't feel threatened. I don't feel. Listen, today, I believe that we don't even know if we are allies or not, because now to be an ally, you have to do so many things, and people are, you know, like, it becomes this thing where no, it's just like BLM. A lot of people were like, listen, your BLM thing is becoming, you need people, like, being an ally now means to be active and to do this. Like, you cannot just say, hey, guys, listen, good luck. Being an ally means I'm not getting in your way. Listen. Now, you have to either be doing this and doing that. If not, you are
anti.
You see what I mean? You are anti.
Yeah.
I disagree with you, Julie. She said that's not an opinion. That's transphobic. I disagree completely. Personally, I think she was just saying her opinion. And the problem is this: if people cannot say their opinion, because it's the same thing as in France, if you say anything about Israel and about their politics, boom, anti-Semitic, and then the conversation cannot happen anymore. When you want, if you just want to have a political conversation about the things you disagree with, what the state is doing with in regards to Palestine, etc., people, when they don't want to have the conversation, they will just throw the words at you. Anti-Semitic, racist, this, that, and then you cannot have conversations anymore. And I don't believe in that. I don't believe that conversations are possible if people are not able to hear what another person feels. Because if you want the world to be based on how you feel, you also have to accept how other people feel, and they might not feel the same way as you. This is what we call equality. Equality is not, the way I feel is important, and if anybody doesn't agree with how I feel, you are transphobic. Then listen, you have like 80% of the world, it is because some people, they're far away from this. They're not in America, they are out there in different countries, and they don't even understand what you're saying because it goes against whatever, maybe they believe, the religious belief, etc., etc. So you cannot just come and say, oh, that's transphobic, that's it. No, you have to be able to have the conversation. If not, it means that you are just an emotional person who just react emotionally to the people disagreeing with you. And when what I see from I see from outside looking in, because listen, I'm not personally, I have family members, but as personally, I'm not concerned. I don't have I cannot feel how people feel in one way, and at the same time, I'm able to understand what somebody else feels. Some people say, listen, to me, whatever you feel inside is whatever you feel inside, but a man is this, a woman is this, that's it. Some people, that's how they feel because of the Bible, whatever is the reason. But you have to also accept it. It doesn't mean that you cannot exist, but the reaction of most of the time when people say this is, oh my God, they go to Twitter and they go find people because they cannot have the conversation by themselves. They need the hordes to come and back up. And personally, listen, I'm a person, every time I had to fight about something, every time I had even 10 people against me, I was alone and I didn't need to call people. I was like, okay, let's go. Saber, let me cut all of you because I come with the truth, and I know why I'm right, and I know why I'm honest, and I come with the honesty. And I think it is a little short-sighted to be only able to have conversation using the phobic and isms. I personally, I would have a conversation with whoever is in the far right. I would have a conversation and I would not hate them for whatever they believe in. And I hope that they wouldn't hate me for who I am. If they hate me before we even talk, that's different. I would think that they're as stupid as the people that are doing this on the other side. But I can listen. If I find myself in the plane near Marine Le Pen, we can have a conversation. She had a black boyfriend back in the days. We can have a conversation. She does Zook, like, you see what I mean? We can have a conversation. Yo, so what do you think about that? And like, I'm so into some things. If she tells me, I always love to say this because it's a stupid example, but if she tells me, hey, sometime the sky is blue, I would be like, I do agree. Like, see what I mean? Like, yeah, it is. And some people, they just don't want that. No, you're racist. We cannot talk. We have to cancel you. You cannot talk because if you talk, you are like, it feels like letting other people talk and letting people also give their opinion is like it threatens your existence. It doesn't. I mean,
Okay, I have a question for you, and you've probably mentioned this in previous episodes before, but when did the cancel culture start? Like, when did it begin? Because I remember growing up, we didn't have.
What up, bon shows? With the internet, I guess.
Yeah.
I think when
probably.
Twitter became. I think
Probably.
when Twitter. Okay, I would give you a specific. I don't have the date, but I believe that when Twitter became. When somebody lost their job because of hordes of people on Twitter, that's when it began. When people start losing their jobs or getting their YouTube channel canceled, deleted, where you got dropped of a TV show or something because of an opinion that was not. Because back in the days, I would say that you had a threshold of what was not acceptable. You would say you would say something blatantly racist, and it was over. You would and I mean, because there were some jokes like back in the days that today when I'm like, yo, but.
You know what? It's so true. I was watching like some time ago. I was listening to, I don't know if you remember. So Jamie Foxx used to have a radio show back in the day. It was funny, but like because I was listening to it like a few days ago, and I was like, they really like, they would go there. Do you know what I mean? Like no boundaries, no filters, you know, and you know how it is with radio. People, it's
Howard Stern and etc.
Yeah, like they would go there, and I was like, oh my gosh, like it was like, to me it was funny, but I was like, in 2022, that type of radio show,
Eddie Murphy Raw.
Yeah.
I mean, and I believe that. So I mean, personally, when I start becoming like you guys are, is when they went back in the tweets of 10 years ago from Kevin Hart and to prevent him from having something, and then the society, the company, because the companies stopped having balls for a point. So they were like, can you say you're sorry? And he said, bro, this is from 10 years ago. And I said sorry 10 years ago. And that was a joke. And I said, okay, sorry if you don't like the joke. No, can you say sorry again? And he said, you know what? I'm not going to present the Oscars then. Or the Grammys. I don't remember what it was. But
I think it was the Oscars.
Yeah, he said, you know what? That was my dream. And I won't do it. Because you guys want people to learn, but every time people say, yeah, I learned, 10 years after, you go back to find their old tweets and go back to their old selves, and then you just take it, and then you have mountains of tweets, people arriving from everywhere saying, he's a this, he's a that, and then and then you threaten the companies, I'm gonna unsubscribe from this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And then people are like, yo, please, you have to go do an apology. And people are like, yo, I'm tired of apologizing for, it was a joke. Like, listen to the joke again. It's not even offensive. It's fun. I mean, for some people it's funny, for some people not. And listen, I'm a comedian, damn it. And he said, you know what? I'm done. Fuck it. And that's where I was like, something is starting to happen. And then you had the Dave Chappelle thing, and with Dave Chappelle, Netflix said, well, guys, we just tired. First of all, they fired half of the people who were complaining, and then they told everybody else, listen, if you cannot accept the opinion of other people, in maybe you cannot work here. maybe this is not the right place for you, because we are trying to be inclusive to everybody. Being inclusive doesn't mean being inclusive and accepting of everything you want. Everybody is not just you, it's everybody else too, including the people who don't think like you. And a lot of people, listen, I personally, it's me now, I'm giving my opinion. When people say you have a white privilege in the US, I understand the concept, I understand all of it. I understand that, yeah, some depending of who you are, how much money you have, this is that, you're gonna have different perks as of somebody who doesn't have what you have. Can be your skin, can be your this, can be your that. I understand that. But the idea that every white person must say sorry to every black person, and every white person is guilty of something because of maybe their whole family line have nothing to do with slavery. Maybe back then they were in Iceland or wherever, and maybe they had nothing to do with it. But some people will come and say, now you have to be sorry. And because you have to be sorry, you have to be an ally. Because you want to be an ally, you have to do this. And when we are there, we are marching, you have to march. If you just see you on Starbucks drinking your coffee, then you're going to have 10 people around you being like, huh? You're not an ally. You're not an ally. You're not an ally. Stand up. Don't stay here. If you don't do nothing, it means you're not fighting. And people will be like, yo. That's when I was like, these people are becoming hysterical.
Yeah.
And history shows that hysterical people don't win. And the problem is you cannot even say you're an ally, because after everything I said, I didn't say my opinion, but after everything I said, I'm trying to put sense in the conversation and just put the possibility of people have to have conversation. But every time I watch a debate, I see people who are talking in points, like if they were, like when you see an interview of somebody who's doing like 10 different interviews and he learned all the points, and you feel like all the questions have been already rehearsed. And every time like, when Amber Heard and her lawyer, when they lost, they were saying the same thing in every interview. Oh, this is like it feels like you just here to come and say all your slogans. This is not a conversation, and no conversation is people saying slogans, and no conversation is people when they hear something that they don't want, either they quit the conversation or they start yelling or they call you something phobic. You are whatever phobic. It's not a conversation. This is just people who are just doing the show. And this is now what I'm starting to see. I believe that more and more people are coming and not scared to say how they feel and not scared to be canceled. I believe because they see that there's enough people who are maybe tired of being taken hostage by these conversations. Some people want to have the right to not give a fuck. I think my mom is watching. Yeah, but like some people just want to have the right to not care, because the world is, to me, very funny. We got 10 million people who died from a genocide in Congo. Nobody ever called it a genocide. Nobody gives a damn about all the women that have been raped, etc., etc.
Talk about it.
But we have to care about Ukraine. We have to care about the trans. We have to care about this and that, things that happen in the US. This is like all people want to talk about, pronouns, etc. And we might say, listen, since we don't care, you don't care about my stuff here, leave me alone with your stuff. Yeah. But even this channel can just poof disappear just because I said that. And this is a problem, because if you ask me, if you tell me, hey, we're doing Twitter so everybody can have a voice. Hey, we're doing Twitter because we're doing YouTube so everybody can, hey, instead of having a website, have a YouTube channel. Hey, come on Instagram. But then when I say something, you have people who say, oh no, listen, freedom of speech stop when I disagree with you. This is called fascism.
Yeah.
And that's where, so I mean, I just saw the whole thing, and listen, my mom is here, my sister is here, my brother is here. I'm too busy getting fat and eating every day to really understand the whole thing that is going on about Macy Gray. But I believe that.
So is she really getting canceled?
I don't
or
believe
are
so.
people just attacking her? Like, is she losing money? Because to me, being canceled, because people can talk all day long, on the internet, right?
Yeah.
And they have the right to do so. But to me, a real cancellation is when you're actually losing money. You losing deals over here. You losing that over here.
Listen, I believe that cancellation don't really exist. I believe that people believe that they cancel you, but I don't believe that it exists because, I mean, it is all a construction of the internet. Like Dave Chappelle says, this is not the real life.
Didn't what was his name? The rapper, the baby. He said. The rapper.
He had to say sorry. He had to say, "Oh, I learned." It was a publicist had to say something, but he's back touring now.
Okay,
because
so he's okay, but
money,
at some
money
point,
talks.
Didn't he lose?
He lose money. Yeah, he lost money. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
But listen, what's his name? Johnny Depp got canceled for 6 years. He lost a lot of money. He lost. He has been dropped from 2 big franchises.
Insane.
Because of a lie.
Insane.
So this is where I'm saying I believe that what is going on right now, and people are not like me. People don't see the big picture. I see the big picture. I believe that people are so busy in their little bubbles, just being angry for one thing or just being in reaction, that they don't see the way I see it. Me, I don't react to things. I just look at things and I'm like, very interesting. More and more people are speaking up about society, because this is not a society when one group can just lead everybody else. One group can lead everybody else because of how they feel, and with guilt trips, people are making you feel guilty about not accepting them, when sometimes it's not that you don't accept. You might just not understand. You might just need some time. You might just not care. You might have 1 minute. You might be too busy trying to survive. And then you have people, they're like, nah, me, and I want to be in every movie. I want to exist and then you have now you have people who are wanting to use entertainment, movies, etc. to show people. And I believe everybody has the right to be there. We complain enough living in Belgium, living in France, that we were not seeing ourselves in television. So I agree that people must be there, but when you start putting people, even if it has nothing to do with the story, you just want to put them just because you have it's starting to be like, oh, we need to be with some black people, we need some trans, we need some 2 girls kissing, we need hey, let's also put this, put some midgets too, put small people, put this, put
yes,
that.
I was about to correct you.
Yeah, sorry. And that's when it becomes problematic, because you write the story around the agenda, when actually you have to learn to be subtle. If you are subtle enough, people don't realize. people don't realize, and then it becomes something that is normal for people. And I think it's something that you have to act with subtlety. But we are in a world where, yeah, people will tweet and people will come take this conversation, find 5 seconds of the last hour, put them together, and then be like, look at this guy, his name is this, and then they will arrive out of everywhere and come and try to destroy your life and destroy your livelihood and etc., because they believe that they want to silence anybody who disagree. And that's personally, that's a problem to me. Now, one day I will make sure that I find a friend of mine or maybe somebody I don't know that is willing to have the conversation, because I don't believe that everybody is the same way. Like I saw, I'll send you the link. I think it was a conversation between Andrew Schultz and a trans woman that has she's a porn actress as well. And they were having conversation and they were asking them questions. They were asking her questions. And actually she was really like answering a lot of questions with so much honesty and désinvolture that actually I watched the whole thing and I was like, wow, she's amazing. Like, and I didn't know her, I never heard about her before. But after watching the whole 2 hours and a half, I was, wow, she's amazing. If they could all send people like that in TV instead of the people who come ready to be a victim, ready to be like, if they could send people this way, listen, I believe that this would change it for a lot of people. Not everybody. Some people for all type of reason, and a lot of them also because they are idiots will never want to agree. But I know that after that I was like, wow, like, yeah, listen, whenever somebody is, I believe that when people are good in their skin and they feel well in their skin, they actually don't have any problem answering questions, having conversations, and not feeling like everybody's trying to trap them in something. And listen, like, yeah, I mean, I don't remember the whole conversation, but I remember, like, I even commented on the video. I was like, yo, listen, that was amazing. That person, I never heard about her because I'm not into trans porn, but
you sure?
She's amazing. Like, I'm not gonna go watch movies, but I was like, yo, she's amazing. Like, I would sit down with that person and have long conversations because she was so cool. See what I mean? And listen, I don't have a problem saying she, etc. Like, she was great. The conversation was so cool, was funny. Something she was like, yeah, in Here We Go Too Far. They asked her about Dave Chappelle. She was like, some stuff was funny. But I don't see where the fuss. Like, you know, like, and I was like, yo, look, somebody.
And she was stating her opinion.
Exactly, and she was not scared to say her opinion. And I believe that we are now in a world right now where there's like two opinions and you have to choose between those two, and individuality. So let's see what people are saying. I'm not against gay folks. Personally, I met a gay person first time in my life in 2003 in Switzerland, just out of Africa, and someone had to explain to me what it meant to be gay. And I still did not grasp what he meant. But things have changed a lot ever since. Okay. Master Electronics says the problem with. Go ahead.
Before you move on to the next question or comment. As a heterosexual woman,
yes,
I don't walk around thinking, oh, what does it mean to be, attracted to the opposite sex? And so it's like, do we as heterosexual, do we need to know what it feels like to be gay, or to, like, I don't know if you see what I'm trying to
It depends of your
get at here.
I guess it depends your curiosity. I mean, personally,
'Cause
I don't need to, I mean, I know what it means.
yeah.
I mean, it's
Because to me,
just
it's
that
like,
you see another
look, I
you
don't
see
have-
another guy, you're like, you see another girl, you're like, nothing. I mean, I guess this is super simplified, but
yeah.
that's enough. I mean,
Because to me, it's like, if you're gay, you're like, first of all, I don't care what you do behind closed doors. Let's start right there.
Me
That's
neither.
me, right?
Yeah, me neither. I mean, you do what you do. You do you.
You do you
Yeah.
to the fullest.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? As long as it's consensual, and we'll
exactly.
talk about that later on.
Oh my God. I believe I can fly.
As long as it's consensual,
Yeah.
and both parties are of age, do your thing. That's where I'm at with it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, me
So
too.
to me, I'm like, if you're gay, you're gay. If you're whatever, you're whatever. Some people do this, some people do that.
So if
do
somebody
what you
says I'm a tree, you don't
Then
care.
you're a tree,
All right.
right? And but here's the thing: if I don't understand a concept, because it's something that is foreign to me,
Yeah.
if I ask you politely, can you please explain what that means to you? Then please don't attack me, right? Because to me, I think it's all in the approach.
I don't
You know?
believe that if you ask politely, people will attack you. I believe that some people just think it's fantasies, and those people, I guess, they feel attacked because they talk. They arrive like, you're like a tree. You're a tree, really? Like, and
No,
I have to
yeah,
change
yeah,
your pronouns to tree. Like, some people don't even want to. Like, some people, okay. I heard somebody
we
said.
still have to be respectful, though. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I heard somebody said, I don't remember who it was. Somebody said, don't force me to act as if I'm part of your fantasy by also having to call you with your pronoun. Some people don't want to. Some people are like, listen, I have my grammar set for the last 50 years or 40 years or whatever age. I learned my grammar at school, etc. You're not gonna come and add like 150 different pronouns to the thing because you have to be called sore, or I'm making them up, but and have a whole like, nah, I'm they. What you mean you they? Oh no, because sometimes because some people say that they wake up men, and sometimes they go to sleep women. They fluid. They change their gender.
It changes, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like a man. Sometimes I feel like a woman. So some people say, some psychologists say, this is a condition. This is a mental condition because it's all mental. It's not physical. It's in the mind. And some others say no. That's the soul is fluid, and both conversation are existing at the same time. But some people might look at this like this is a fantasy. It's like,
yeah. Personally speaking,
I don't
think
have
that-
opinions. But go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Personally thinking, I think that we should be respectful of how the other person feels, right? So let's say if you and I, Kaysha, we have a conversation, then I come to you, then I say, you know what? I think I might have a thing for, and it doesn't even have to be another person. You know what I mean? It could be I have a thing for paper planes. Like whenever I see a paper fly in the air, oh my God, I get excited. Of course, I'm giving you like an extreme example, but I'm just saying,
I'm
right?
looking for paper around me.
Right. So I come to you one day and I'm like, you know what? I've been looking at these paper planes, man. Yo, every time I see them, wow, I feel something inside of me. I'm not quite sure what it is. I feel something inside of me. As, you know, another human being, what I would, I'm not going to say expect, but what I would like for you to do is to at least respect the fact that, you know, I have this brand new feeling inside of me whenever I see paper planes.
I personally, I would
Right.
completely listen. I've seen so much shit in my life that I would be like, yeah, you do. I would say maybe my
I know
first
you
thing would be
have.
like, really, and then I would be like, okay, this is your thing. Like, so how do you feel? And like, you get aroused, you get like, now listen, it's more than that. I really like it takes me. So I was like, okay, listen, music does that to me.
Right.
Like-
Right.
Music can do this to me. Like,
Yes.
so and some people, they completely insensitive to music. So who am I to tell somebody how to feel when
Right.
I got some things that make me feel some way and other things that make me feel nothing. And I got like to me personally, it comes down to the respect of individuality.
Yes.
I believe that the big
exactly.
problem here is that most people they don't have nothing to do, so they find a fight and they fight for it as crazy, and then they wake up after 5 years and then they pick something else, and then they be like, yeah, I had my moments, like I was emo, whatever. Those people, I look at them funny. But anybody who genuinely always had a kink for something or whatever is your thing, listen, we are all individuals. As long as it is really something that comes from you, whatever you believe, I will fight for you to be able to believe and express it. But if you start preventing other people to disagree with you, I can't. That's where you lose me, because you are now becoming what you've been fighting.
Yeah.
If you want to censor other people because you've been marginalized back in the days, or it means that you have to work on yourself, because you cannot become, because now you have the power, you cannot become the people who oppressed you. If tomorrow in the US, let's say 2050, there's only Hispanic, and the majority of Hispanic and black people in the US now, and white people become a minority. If black people treat the white people the way the white people used to treat them, I will say, you guys, you lose me at that moment, because you are just perpetuating something, and they will breed in between themselves somewhere in Utah, and then when they're strong enough, they will come back and do it to you again, and the cycle continues. At a point, you just don't be what you have been complaining about. And the problem to me with cancel culture and the people who use victimization and sometimes they also use it to just exist. Some people, they just want to exist through drama, and it doesn't mean that some people are not really marginalized. Some people are not really suffering. I see those people. I understand those people. I'm just talking about the general thing where Disney should not have to have any say in that conversation. Coca-Cola should not have to say anything about this. Twitter should not have to decide, are we removing your account, Macy Gray, because you said something that was transphobic. Because racism has a definition. The transphobia, which is fearing somebody because they are different.
But soon that will change too, because they're changing the definition of a woman.
But this is the problem, because if you start changing everything just to fit how you feel, what if you feel something different in 10 years? That's when we start bending the truth, in my opinion. So at a point, we have to be able to say, I disagree with what you said, and this is why. And you just state your opinion. You don't cancel people because they have an opinion. And listen, I'm not a woman, so I cannot even know how Macy Gray feels. I'm not a woman. And I'm not a trans person, so a trans woman. So I cannot feel for them how they felt about this. I just trying to look at it from a non-emotional thing and be like, okay, this is how you feel, and this is how you feel, and move on. Like, she has the right to, like some people have the right to believe that, or to want to have the conversation about trans women in athleticism. Some women are saying they build bigger than us, like, because they used to be, or because they are trapped in a body that is stronger than ours. So
biologically,
we feel that it's unfair. And you cannot, if a woman tells you, I feel that it's unfair, say, listen, you used to be the victims, but not anymore. So now, like, it's them. So don't be transphobic. No, I doesn't have to. It's just unfair. I worked for all these years for this, and all of a sudden they came and boom. Like, is there another solution? Or I want to go to the bathroom and feel safe, and I don't want to see dick. To me, that's it. Like, if a woman says that, that's it. Because if tomorrow I want to be there and I can just go and sit there and be like, no, I'm a woman. How do people know? People don't know. So you cannot just simplify it. It is a complicated problem. You don't fix it by just canceling people, insulting people, being aggressive, etc. Like, and you have to understand that there are issues that are created by this, because of the way society was made, and it was not made for you. I agree there, and society has to accommodate to you. That's for sure. But you're gonna have to also understand that, maybe, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Maybe there have to be three different lavatories so that everybody has their place. Maybe this is the right solution. Like, I think that's what they do in Thailand, for example. When I was in Thailand, there was 3 doors, and I was like, yo, wow, okay, look at to me, I was like, okay, this was so simple. 1 door for you, one door for you, 1 door for you. Now I want to go in your door because I'm you. Now go here in the middle. This is for you. Now I'm her. Like, so
can you kind of like break it down? So when you were in Thailand, you went there, and there was a door for women?
There was a door for women, there was a door for men, and there was a door for lady boys.
Okay. Is that a term that we can use? Because you have to be careful.
Listen, I don't care. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have the right to not know. Like, I'm gonna come on.
I'm sorry, and I'm not laughing. Please, I'm not laughing at the.
No, but it's like
movement.
I'm trying.
I'm
listen,
laughing at you, Kaysha. Yeah.
I think it's important to understand the gravity of the suffering of some people, but it's also important to take it down to a place where we can just have a conversation about it between ourselves, and it's okay. Because if not, listen, I'm gonna be angry every day about my dead people in my country. And then if you tell me anything, I'm gonna tell you, hey, everybody, I don't want nobody to have a phone, a computer everywhere because the cold thaw, and I will go about all the time.
Talk about it.
And then you would be, oh, listen, who cares? Like, yeah, you don't care because, okay, so why should I care about you? If you want me to go to there, I can be aggressive too. Or, hey, listen, this is the world. The world isn't fair. And let's try to make it better step by step. And don't force me. I'm not going to force you. Some things I will accept. I mean, some things people will accept. Some things people want. I believe, like, listen, there's some people who do things that you will never make me understand or accept. Like, I told you about my ex that had her boyfriend that wanted to eat her shit.
What? No, you didn't tell me about
Yeah, listen. Yeah, she was telling me this. I was like, what? Yeah, you asked me this yesterday. I was like, yeah.
So
Where do you find him?
Why do you always have these crazy stories with? Oh my god!
Listen, so I was like, so what did you do? And I was like, what you mean? What did I do? He was like, yeah, I just wanna. Can you not flush the toilet when you're done? I just want to take it, put it in a plate, and eat it like a meal. And I was like,
is that even healthy? And I'm not criticizing.
No, that's dangerous. I believe that's dangerous.
Into that, right? Let's be very clear.
Oh, listen, I do.
I know you don't care, okay? I know you don't care, but look, they may not see my face, but they can hear my voice, okay?
Listen.
Is that healthy? That cannot be healthy.
I don't think so, because it has been rejected by the body. There's a reason. But I know, but you see what I mean. You're not gonna make me look at these people and normal. I believe this. I mean, no, I'm not gonna say they're sick, but I find it disgusting. But listen, if this your thing, it's your thing. But if tomorrow my wife wakes me up and say, listen, I have to tell you something.
Okay.
I always dreamed of you to be like, this wedding is over. Effective now.
Okay. I actually have a serious question.
Wait. Listen, the chat is. We have to do the chat.
It's on fire.
Oh my God, this is gonna be a long life. We're not gonna be able to touch everything. Listen, we still have to talk about something else. Look, listen. Master Electronic is saying the problem with the left-wing agenda is to force everyone to live in the lies. To be loved and get famous nowadays, you must be a transgender or gay. Oh, I don't know. Let me go see. In life, you can agree to disagree and still get along. I completely agree, Elise Boys, about what she said. Elise Boys is saying, but don't ask my opinion and get upset when I'm not saying what you want to when I'm not saying what you want to hear. I do agree with that. Master Electronic is saying, if you stand with the truth, you stand alone. That is also true. Bruno is asking what happened and who got canceled. Macy Gray. You talking about the woke mob? You should check the new Sims for high school trailer. You send me the link. I'm gonna check it out. Julie is saying, dear Trisha, I disagree with you when you talk about minorities like they are
Dear
taking
Trisha, are you sure it's me? I didn't say much. I didn't talk about that.
Yeah, listen. Okay, I disagree with you, Kay, on this. Wait, you talk about about minorities like they are taking too much place in society. This society that marginalized them for years and years. You don't understand the point. Actually, Julie, you didn't hear what I said before. I said I understand that some people might become radical after having been marginalized all this time. That's what I said. I understand it, but I still think it's a mistake to force your way this way on some of these subjects. It's because it's societal. I as I said before, I've lived among gays and trans way before I understood the implications, and I didn't even know if they were in pain, because we were always in a happy place and they were always accepted in my family because because we're talking about uncles, brothers, like you, like so. I never had like this. I don't like. I would even say that I didn't even have to have conversation to be accepting, because when you grow up with somebody and you've never seen that person being something else, you are not really discovering. It's not like they're coming out the closet, like they've been this way forever. There was just no word. So when you start understanding what it is, you're like, oh yeah, just like you see, just like my uncle, or just like my cousin, or just, you see what I mean? Or just like my neighbor. So it's just that the way the culture is shifting, and the all these movements, Me Too, BLM, etc. I'm not trying to put everybody in one big bag, but the way they have been, they've been very in the activism. They are creating a pushback, and I can see it. And I'm not saying that I'm happy about it. I'm just saying that I see it. And the reason why they are creating a pushback is because we went too far on one direction in accepting everything, and like I said, canceling people just from a comment. And people are asking themselves only now, you see what I mean? Like, listen, Disney, Warner still did not do any apologies, gave any apology, or ask, or I don't know how you say it, but apologize to Johnny Depp for the treatment, for caving into the mob. And to me, as a society, that's when you have to ask yourself. The guy from the woman in France who created the Me Too movement, she lost against the person because it was actually just, the guy was trying to hit on her, etc., but it was not her boss. So she didn't lose her job or whatever because of him. So the whole construction that she said, and the guy lost his job, the guy went through a divorce, his daughter didn't talk to him for 2 years until he was proven innocent. Not innocent of trying to hit on you, but innocent of what you were saying, because he was, me too, I had something in my work and my boss did this. That's what she said. And she lost this, and she had to pay. She lost actually for defamation, the same way as Amber Heard lost. And then this guy could get his life back, but he still lost 2 years of his life. This is a scar that he will bear. Like, when your daughters don't want to speak to you anymore, even if they come like, oh, Dad, we up, too late. Why? Because at that point, and listen, it's good because the R. Kellys, the Harvey Weinsteins, all these people are guilty. So this is a good thing. But people just let the hordes say whatever they had to say. And the hordes on Twitter, some of them, not all of them, some of them abuse that just to have, hey, I want to exist as well. Hey, let me say something that happened to me. Let me invent something about somebody, or let me get revenge about this ex. And boom. And people cannot say that this is not possible. And that was the problem. And I believe this is the problem with all the minority groups right now, in the need to give them the space. I think we are seeing the return of checks and balance. People are saying, wait a minute. It's not that we believe you and whatever you say is, we want you to speak and we want to hear you, but we're still going to check to make sure that you're not destroying somebody else's life. And there's been too many people that have been, some people had career destroyed and they deserved it. But some people didn't deserve it because sometimes it was just an opinion. Hey, I like go and look at anybody 2 months ago who said, I understand Russia. Just like not like I agree. Somebody would say it's a mistake what they're doing, but I see where they're coming from. I can understand from the story, from the NATO, from this, from that, from America, from like if we go back to the last 60 years, like some people said that. And in the whole Russia phobia that we had like 2 months ago, you could not say that. Even YouTube sent emails to everybody. Hey, if you go and say you understand, you will be demonetized and you might lose your channel. How you call this? You call this means, hey, the truth is here. And you like, can you prove it? Listen, the truth is here. And if you are not inside of the truth, you will see. So please auto-censor yourself if you disagree with us. Aha! Wait a minute. So where can I talk? Well, nowhere, because nobody cares about websites anymore. People only care about YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. This is where conversation happens. So if you want to talk in the place where the conversation happen, you have to agree with us. The problem is some companies are not saying like, yeah, this is going too far. And this is why Netflix told people, hey, if you don't agree with us, you can leave here. This is why Spotify, when everybody wanted like, yeah, Joe Rogan, whatever, because of the vaccine, because of all, hey, you're not here to decide what the people that we sign talk about. If you disagree with it, it's okay, but you are not here to decide who, like to only have people you agree with. And I think it's a problem in the US right now that is trying to spread in the rest of the world is only the people that agree with me have the right to talk. And I don't understand. I don't agree with this world because this is how wars happen. This is how our empires fall. This is how, I mean, isn't that what you were criticizing our countries in Africa for? That there's only one party and there's only one thing, and anybody who disagree is thrown in prison. So if people can't see that they are starting to have this, they are moving towards this, and the only thing they can say when you tell this to them is, or you are saying that the minorities talk too much. That's not what I said. I said they have to have a voice. But people have the right to disagree, or people have the right to question some of the things until we find a common thing. It's not just, oh, this is what I want and I don't care. Because now you're gonna listen. Now you have people calling themselves wolves, trees, fluffies, this, that, and people just have to agree because this is their truth. And some people say, I don't know, I'm a minority, so I have the right to. Some people are saying you crazy. Some people, not me. Some people. Trisha, not me.
I'm innocent.
Naza Innocento. Someone said, be the change you want to see in the society. Wasn't J.K. Rowling canceled for the same thing? Exactly, Bruno. J.K. Rowling was canceled. Even her own actors, the people that she made famous from her movies, are doing reunions without her because they know that I don't know if they want to talk to her or not, but they know that if they have show any sympathy to the person who changed their lives, they're gonna get canceled. That they will not be accepted nowhere. I mean, this sounds to me like dictature, but That's just me. All of us have done porta potty without even knowing about it. Master Electronic, shut the fuck up.
He's gonna have to explain that one.
I don't know, listen.
My
Things
God.
you do in Sweden. Listen. Anyway, there was supposed to be the small thing. How are we gonna talk about the rest?
Can I ask my serious question though?
Go ahead, ask your serious question.
All right.
To
so
me
how-
or to? Are you asking to me or are you asking to the chat?
whoever can answer it, but I'm
All right.
asking it to you because I'm talking to you directly.
Mm-hmm.
So, how soon, right, when you're in a relationship,
Yeah.
right, with someone, how soon can you share with them what you're into, especially when it's something that's like out of the norm, let's say, right? So, like, how soon do you think that?
You can tell me everything now. So it's okay. You're in a safe space.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Listen, okay. I'm not into anything strange. I'm very.
How do you know? How do you know? Maybe some stuff that you're into might be strange to someone else. You don't know.
Okay, listen. I've been raised in a very how can I say, very Congolese, modern but Congolese household where and I'm not a like, I don't think that the things that I'm into are, and even the things that I've done in my life, I did nothing strange. Like I didn't even try like threesomes, these things. Like I'm not into those things. So I see myself as somebody that is very like
very like.
Yeah, and I would even say that I wouldn't say that I'm judgmental, but I actually prefer being with partners that are like me, to not feel like they are missing something. So if you're into orgies, using back doors, if it's not my thing, so I prefer not to be with somebody
Right.
who would miss something from being with me. And every time I've been with people, you see what I mean? Yeah, I hope she fell asleep. So like, I personally.
Oh, my bad. The mom. Oh,
No,
sorry,
listen.
mom. Sorry.
I mean, she said she was watching. Let me see if she's still online on WhatsApp. I don't know. Hey, yo. Because I'm very I don't, how you say pudique in English?
Là, je vais aller voir le dictionnaire.
Okay, listen, I wouldn't say that I'm old school, but I'm very like, yeah, old fashioned when it comes to relationships. Like, I'm not into strange stuff. I mean, what I find strange. I'm not interested. I'm not that. Listen, I have some friends. They want to try everything at least once. Even like, yeah, trying opposite sex or trying sims, like everything. They want to try everything at least once. They're like, I don't want to die stupid. Da, da, da. Listen, I'm not into that. I don't want to try stuff. I'm boring. I'm prude. Yeah. Thanks, Ellis.
Prude, yes. Thank you.
I was raised in a very prude family. Like, listen, like my cousins, Joel, they all pastor, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And by the way, I'm not asking this for me because
It's okay.
Kaysha
okay,
knows
Trish. It's okay.
we're almost
It's
the same.
okay.
Like the way that I was raised
It's
is
okay.
the exact same way, right? But since we're having an open discussion.
No, listen. Personally, I think the best time to have conversation with people is before being together. So of course,
Yes.
some people will. It depends how a relationship starts, I guess. A relationship can start with a one night stand, something like da 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 da, and then you meet after, or maybe you spoke one time, da 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 da, and depending how, if something that was supposed to be a fling becomes a relationship, you might learn from the other person afterwards, and then you might discover what they are into, and you might be like, or you might be like, hey. So it just depends from how the conversation, how the relationship started. But if you have the type of relationship where you start by becoming friends, even if there's like something, and then you can start asking yourself some questions. I like to, in those moments, ask the things that I'm in, like, I mean, and you know, and the more that you get intimate, the more you can say, hey, what are you into, da 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 da. And me, I tell straight, listen, I'm not into this, I'm not into that, I never did this,
Yeah.
I will never do that, probably, or maybe, I don't know, but I don't think so. And sometimes some people might tell you, like, I remember somebody telling me one day I did this, and I was like, I eliminate. You out. In my head I was like, you out.
Yeah.
It was not like stop talking to her the next day. It was just like, you out of the question for meeting my mom and becoming my wife one day. But it was just me younger, maybe being I was younger. I was very it's not judgmental, but I was like, I had a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? I had a lot of points of elimination. I had a lot of these things, and I was proud of it. Me,
critères.
yeah, I had my like, I was like some exclusive criteria, and I was like, yo, if you do this, it's over. If you do that, if you have hair like this, it's over. If you have this, if you don't have this hate, so. And then as time go, as you fail in relationships, as you cry, as you make people cry, you start like understanding that it's not that simple. The same thing I'm talking about this whole conversation before we just had. As you grow older, you realize that life is not that simple. And it's not just about how you feel, and it's not about like, and you realize that you might fall in love with somebody that is exactly everything you've been criticizing. Like, you know, you don't know how many women that I have been with that had a judgment. I had a prejudgment of me. Standards, thanks. All these people, all these non-English people speak better English than me. Oh my God. That's become I speak too much Portuguese. Anyway, you have no idea the number of people who judge me before knowing me, just because I was a singer or a rapper, or a celebrity. And for them, they were like, nah, you are one of them, and you are like this. So I understand how it feel. Like, to go back to what Julie was saying, when she think I don't understand, I completely understand, because I felt sometime in being judged unfairly just because I was coming from this or not coming from the ghetto or this or that. I know how it feels. And and sometimes, you know, you like the number of people who are like, nah, you a singer, you Kaysha, come on, you must have this. I don't want to be one in your list, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, All right, let's be friends then. And when you become friends with them, they fall in love with you because of meeting you for real, and having conversations with you, and understanding that, fuck, I thought all the artists were like this, and you're like, wait a minute, all the artists is not a type of human beings. You have all type of artists, and you're like, why are you judging me before you know me? No, because because of this, and such this, and my friend was with. I was like, yeah, but listen, every experience is different. But then you have this conversation after having, maybe like, for some reason one night they decide to stay in your house and something happens, and you're like, okay, well, but because of everything they said before, you like, yeah, I know that person is not into me because I'm an artist. She told me already. So for you, it's nothing serious. And then the I don't know, 2 weeks after, they see you in a club with somebody else, and they're like, hey, what up? And you're like, hey, how are you? Hey, how you doing? Hey, and she's like, long time no see. And you're like, no, 10 days ago, but okay, long time no see. Yeah, call me. Let's have a drink soon. And and you continue your life. And then in the middle of the party, you receive a long text, and you're like, woo, what's going on here? What's going on here? And the person's like, yeah, you see, I knew you were like this. I shoot at yeah, Congolese people. And you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You were not interested in me, so no, but I learned to know who you were. I was like, hey, listen, you said artists never. You said it. That's your words. Yeah, but you are different. I said, I know I am. I know I'm unique, like all of us. But you came and you put me in a box and you said never. So for me, I was like, okay, maybe she just, that night was, I don't know, whatever. And so I don't understand.
Let me tell you, it's the fact that she saw you with another woman. That's it.
But the thing is this, you see me with another woman, okay, but like,
it's that ego.
Okay, but I'm the person who's gonna tell you, hey, you the one who told me that artists never. So I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand what you need from me. Like, yeah, but like you here, you brilliant, you're very intelligent. We had conversation about so many things that I didn't even have conversation with people who are not artists. I was like, yeah, because I'm a human person. I'm a person too.
Yes.
When I'm done singing, I'm a person, and you don't know who raised me, how she raised me, where I learned. You don't know all these things, but you just met me. You put me in a box. So now you have to assume your words, and you cannot be pissed at me because I'm just going with what you said. So, I was diverging from your question. I believe that I prefer, when I meet people, to have conversations with them. I like to get to know them. Dinner, long night conversations, speaking for a month, even like while we're talking. When I was traveling a lot, I was always on the phone. When you're in a hotel, you have nothing to do, you're waiting for your show is at 3 a.m, it's 1 a.m, you call that person. If the person is not sleeping wherever she's in the world, maybe you in Miami, maybe it's afternoon for her, and have the conversation and start getting to know each other, and and then so maybe at that point you can try to already ask a few questions or put a few minds here and there about who you are, what you do, and then after that, of course, some things, I guess, maybe you need to be a little intimate to talk about whatever your love for giant dildos named King Kong.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Damn, this show.
We're all over the place. Sorry, Mom. Sorry.
No, listen,
I'm a good girl.
This is Club Shada. Yeah, I'll introduce you one day. So, listen. You know what I wanted to talk about, but listen, if we already at the 2-hour mark, and obviously everybody's still here. Listen, if you're enjoying the show, put me some unicorns or some rainbows in the chat, because the chat has been silent because everybody's wanted to know what Trisha is about. Everybody wanted to know. What up, DJ Chubila? Everybody was like, what is she into that she wants to talk to us? So everybody was waiting.
Nothing.
You know, I wanted to talk about something because I saw a video that really, but I'm gonna keep it for next week, because if not, we're gonna need 4 hours.
Is there a time limit?
No, there's not.
On YouTube for your okay.
No, I can be live for 24 hours if I want, but I mean,
oh my God.
At a point I have to. I always try to keep this show under 2 hours, but
yeah,
we went.
We always go over. Yeah.
So I really wanted to talk to you about something, but I'm gonna keep it for the next show. I saw a video that was very interesting where it was about Will Smith and Jada, and
let's Papa Will là-bas.
No, you know what was really interesting to me? It was the fact that he said something that was very interesting, and he made me understand something. I would not say that I would defend her, but I understood her point of view because of that video. I'll send you the video. When I mean, let me try to do it in 15 minutes or less. The thing is this: Will was saying that when he met Jada, she was an actress already. He was a rapper, famous, etc. And she was having her career. He met her on the set of the series she was shooting at that time, and they got married because of her mom and her religious beliefs, right? And soon as they got married, she had to let go a little bit of her career to raise the 2 kids. Because at a point you have to be a mom, right?
Yeah.
And Wheels was saying that for him, the fact that he was succeeding and he was like this huge mega star and he was raising a family and that was his obsession, was to him everything was fine. It was working until he realized that his wife was miserable. And listen, I still believe that she's a narcissist. I still believe etc. But I kind of see where she's coming from, because I believe that maybe the fact that there was a divergence in what they believe success is, that at a point for Will, success was making all this money, the Oscars, this, that, etc. And building, becoming the superstar, doing all these things that they did. And for him, it was like, she's part of it. And maybe for her, success was something different. And maybe when you are doing your success, you don't really see that you are doing your success. And maybe that person, even if we are rich, but you lived your dream to arrive here. I had to just be your wife. And it's very interesting because I commented on that post and I got a big pushback on my comment. Because I was like, oh, listen.
Toi aussi tes commentaires des fois.
Ma chère.
Non, je rigole.
Non, je suis d'accord avec toi. Comme dit Body, toi ta bouche là. But you know, when you think about it,
Shout out to Booty, by the way.
shout out to Booty. But when I was thinking about it, I was like, I mean, I understand her frustration. Again, even if she's doing it the wrong way, at a point, trying to I don't think she's trying to undo his legacy, but doing whatever she wants, being with her son's friend, and doing the red table talk and talking about everything. Maybe that's her way. Because don't forget that back when, like 30 years ago, she was like very into activism, she was etc. And Tupac was the type of guy she wanted. That was really her North Star. And it feels that she settled for the right guy, but still was not happy. And when I said that, I said, in my comment, I said, it made me even think about my own wedding. Not because I live the same thing, but because from my upbringing and Joel upbringing, because he's my cousin, we've been raised the same way, and probably you were raised the same way as us, Ellis as well. Probably a lot of us are from African descent, even if we live outside Africa.
Okay, yeah.
So we've been raised in a certain way where, for example, my mom, whenever my mom talks about my wife, she tells me, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you buy her this? Why don't you buy her that? Hey, oh, she's doing this? Yeah, buy her that. Why don't you pay this? I was like, no, Mom, she can pay for her own things when she's doing her thing. She doesn't need my permission, Mom, to do her things. She also has her businesses. She makes her money. She's independent, like, because we in Europe, whatever. But my mom is, nah, you should buy this. And whenever she spends something, you should give her the money back, because that's my mom's reality. She's been with somebody since she's 18, and that's how she lived her whole life, with my dad making sure that whatever she wants arrive on the platter. And this is how a lot of our moms got raised, with men that were doing their role for our culture. And when I see myself, I completely understand how Will sees success and family as the North Star. Because if you have the success, you can feed your family, and your family is more important than anything else. So if in our family, if there's something happens, whatever, some shit, we keep it in the family. That's how we are. And because to the outside world, we have to keep a unit, and the unity of the family is more important. Even if we have problems inside of the family, we still are a family. That's the way we were raised. So I understand when everybody's like, why doesn't she leave her? Why don't he leave her? Or why didn't she go? Whatever. Why don't they divorce? I was like, if I was in his situation, I probably wouldn't divorce either, because I would feel that I'm disrespecting my parents. And I would feel that I'm disrespecting my culture, and I'm not doing my role as a man. If I'm just, or whatever happens, something happened, whatever, in our culture, we don't leave. And in a certain way, I see that even if like I've been here, listen, with the whole internet is against her. They put her with the Amber Heards, the Meghan Markle, that they all put them in the same boat of narcissistic, egoistic women who are like, but a beater, etc. But I kind of understand where both are coming from, and I understand that maybe he is in this realization, probably way more than all of us, that he's in the wrong marriage. He's with the wrong person. But he believes that his idea of what a family is, which is two people together, even if they both live their lives, but at least they have to stay the unit, because I feel like he's a Congolese guy in his.
Yeah, and I think, and sorry, not to cut you off,
Go
but
ahead,
I just want to add this quickly. I think Jada did mention that at some point when she was having the conversation. So it was at the red table was her, Will was there, and her mom.
Yeah.
And the daughter as well. And she
That's
said
the thing
that,
I
and
saw.
she said, "We're gonna stay together."
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? And I think maybe for people who like westernized people, even though, you know, you and I, yes, we're Africans, but you know, we grew up elsewhere, right? But
Yeah.
we still, just like you were saying earlier, the way that we were raised with, you know, African values, right?
Yeah.
And I see that in with that couple. I see that with Will and Jada, and then it's like, no, we're gonna stick together.
Yeah.
You know, and I think people we have to respect that. You know, at least this is my opinion. You know, when it comes to them, let them figure it out. Let them figure it out. They can fight, they can do this, they can do that, but that's their family. That's his family. That's her family. And those are her babies, you know?
There's some things that he said where I was like, oh damn, I understand.
Yeah.
He knows more than us. Because it's crazy when you live in the public eye, how everybody's gonna want to comment on your choices and your life and etc. And at the same time, you know, like they said, bad marriage for life. That's what they say.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that's how they check each other, they laugh about it, like, because I believe that for him, the unity of his family, and he said it like I don't watch the Red Table Talk, but when I saw this little snippet, he was saying that the unity of his family is what he considers success, and the material success is what he works for. He's obsessed with it, and for him, if this works, everything works. And I don't know if he's very masculine or I don't know, because there's a lot of modern women who think the same way, but I was thinking about myself, because sometimes when I have conversations with my wife, and it's not that we disagree on these things, but I can see that for her, it's more about emotional stuff. Like, she doesn't care about the material. She doesn't she enjoy being with somebody who can provide and having food and etc. etc. She didn't grow up like me, so she enjoyed where she is and being with a family that is united like mine, etc. But for her, it's more about the emotions, about feeling like she's seen, feeling that she's desired, feeling that she's like.
I agree.
And me, I'm like, what? Like, me, I'm like, yo, listen, I work 24/7. I work I'm here, but me, I work 24/7 because I'm a workaholic, but also because I want to provide for my family, and to me, sometimes, and and I know it's with a lot of couples, and I had this struggle with a lot of people that I was with in my life, so it's nothing new for me, but I had a lot of people telling me, you work too much. It feels like your work come before. When me, my obsession is, if I stop working, how do I feed them? Because I feed everybody. And when I was listening to him talk, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's a Congolese guy. This guy is African. This guy is like us.
He is, yeah.
And her, she never wanted to be in this situation, but she had to respect the religious desire of her mom. So she got with him. Now, because she was pregnant, they got married because she didn't want her to have a baby without being pregnant, but she was miserable from the start and she had to abandon her career. No, I mean, somebody has to take care of the kids, etc., etc. And interesting, when I put these comments, yo, you should see the comments I received. Yo, what career? She had no career. Like, people hate her so much.
That's not true. Oh my God.
But you know, it's interesting because in these times, people hate straight people they don't know so much that the only possibility, the only possibility that I understood her a little bit. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, like, when it comes to Jada's career, I mean, yes, of course, like for me, someone my age, I remember, growing up, I remember seeing her, on TV. Mm-hmm. So I know for a fact that she had a career, prior to, getting married, with Will. But it's like, even if you were born in 2000, for instance, now with the internet, you have access to information. How about you do some research, sir, ma'am?
Listen.
Do some research and try to see, okay, when did she start? How do we know that she used to be best friends with Pac, with Tupac? Like, how do we know that?
Listen to the comments I had. So my comment was a better understanding of Jada's sacrifice and Will obsessions to build something with the wrong person. I agree with what you said.
Sorry. Can I just say one?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because a lot of things are like coming to mind right now.
Go ahead.
But you know how you said that Will is a Congolese guy or African man?
Uh-huh.
Well, Jada, what she did, it's very African of us women to do as well.
That's true.
Okay.
That is true.
Okay. Yes.
That is true.
Yes.
That's our mother's sacrifice.
Yes.
That's exactly.
Absolutely.
Listen, this is an African couple. That is true. A lot of our mothers wanted to leave long time ago and they stayed because the family, the kids, this, and you don't like where.
Yep.
Yeah, and here in Europe or in America, it's even worse. They marry for 5 days and they're done. So.
Yep.
Ellie's Boys is saying her career was her career regardless of the level of success. I do agree.
And she was successful. She was a very successful. Look, being on TV and the shows that she was on, they were very successful shows. She might, maybe Will was the biggest star, but here's the thing. I was gonna say Big Will. Will Smith is a mega superstar. Okay, mega superstar. But she was very successful as well, and I'm not trying to defend her. I'm
do
just
agree.
stating
No,
facts,
I do agree. That's
right?
why I was like, like, in a way, I'm like, just trying to. The thing is this. The conversation is this. After the Will's mistake, because he's the one who gave the slap, everybody vilified Jada. All of us. Everybody hated her. And me, if I talk about conversation and I say, yo, we have to try to understand people. You have to try to understand both sides. Even if you disagree with one side, you have to try to understand where they're coming from. And it's the same thing that I was saying earlier. Even if you want people to accept you, you have to accept that some people don't understand. But you have to be able to listen to both sides. So Bon Shoes is saying I personally think being with her son's friend was out of line, but that's her choice. Nobody sees the word the same way. I do agree with you. That was a little out of pocket.
Of course,
MJ
you would have something to say about it.
MJ says, I feel like Jada listened to people around her that Will is perfect. Yeah, I do agree with that as well. I think people were like, "Oh, like come on, this is Will." Da, 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 da. But listen, listen to my comments. My comment on the video was, "Thank you for this video. A better understanding of Jada's sacrifice and Will's obsession to build something with the wrong person." I agree with you that with what you said in the end. It makes me think of my own marriage, my vision of success, and how my wife might not have the same idea of success. We have to meet in the middle or diverge to oblivion. Another brilliant analysis. So that was what I said. First comment I received is, what sacrifice? Giving up no talent to be given a platform just because of who she married doesn't sound like a sacrifice to me. I was like, yo, damn. Then I was another one that was saying she did not sacrifice anything. She's a narcissist. The channel is giving her this channel is giving her any credit for nothing is laughable.
I can't.
Jada is the worst type of people, and she has destroyed an icon. She's Yoko 2.0. I was like, damn. Then somebody said it's about as much of a sacrifice as Meghan Markle giving up her non-existent acting career to join the royal family. A narcissist can admit they were given a free ride. Either they'll pretend they earned it through hard work, example Amber Heard claiming she earned her role in Aquaman, or they claim they had to make some huge sacrifice to be eligible. To admit that luck or another person's generosity was involved will lessen the accomplishment after all. And then another person said she hasn't made any sacrifice. She married up, and poor Will never realized that.
Wow.
Me, I was like, yo, why are these people so angry? So at a point I replied. I see that none of y'all, of course I replied. I said, I see that none of y'all watch this video before jumping in my comments. I don't even know why you come to my comment, but okay. You all watch again till the end and come back. And then somebody replied to me, I believe everyone watched this video to the end and came out with a different conclusion. People are allowed to voice their opinions. If you don't like that, perhaps making a statement is not a good idea for you, or better yet, make the statement but don't read the responses. I was like, oh my God, the internet. And so that's what is, well, after that I have conversation with them, you know, I don't get I understand that. I mean, I criticize on my channel Jada enough. I talk about this subject enough to be able to just say, hey, I kind of have a different understanding from a different analysis. But what is interesting with the internet is that people will choose one person and they will just hate. And somebody also told me those are her kids. She chose to conceive children. The main burden of raising children young will always, and I do mean always, fall to the mother, no matter how many so-called progressive ideas about feminism society throw at us. That's not Will's fault. That is simply a matter of biology and nature. Until children reach a certain age, it is their mothers they're most dependent on, even if dad's available. Therefore, if she felt having children was going to be a burden to her ambitions, then she wouldn't have conceived them, period. Will was and is always a very active father, and he's there for his kid. He's not some deadbeat or who slacks off on his duty as a parent. He's active and he's present. His contribution was to provide the family with food, shelter, and economic prosperity, especially in the early years of the children's life. That's his role and he fulfilled it. She could have definitely afforded a nanny if she needed the help or if she wanted more time to focus on her whole career. Blaming Will is just a low blow and makes me have no respect for her because everyone has their crosses to bear. I hate it when women play the victim unwarranted. Jada was and is no fucking victim. Damn, that's a long thing. While Will may have done things for his ego, so what? He could have worse flaws. At least he cared for his wife and family enough to want to provide for the best for them. No one is perfect. Pick your fucking battles. There's certainly nothing wrong with someone encouraging her spouse to improve themselves, but Jada talking about she sacrificed her career for Will and acting all self-righteous is total BS. First of all, what career? She barely had a successful film outside of Set It Off, and every TV show she ever starred in flopped. Without Will, she probably would have faded off into obscurity long before Tupac died. Marrying Will was her step up. She is who she is today because of Will, the hand that feed her, but which she continues to bite. She likes to portray herself as a woke and wise, but what she truly is jealous as fuck and narcissistic. She resents Will because she is not him, so she tears him down in everything she does. She's another Amber Heard in another different format. A total trash of a woman. Yo.
Oh my God. So people, okay, hold on. So people actually take the time to write stuff like that.
Oh, listen, that was long. And she did.
On people they've never met in their life. Never.
Can you imagine?
That's pathetic.
No, that's the world of today.
How's your life? How are you living out there?
You know, is this thing. I have I'm famous in Africa, in the diasporas, etc., and my wife as well. So I always ask myself, if we have an issue, I'm like my parents. I keep everything for the family. Like, I believe that whatever we have to handle and protect the family, for the simple reason that we have a daughter. And to me, she's the base of my thinking. I will always do everything to protect her, and I will not put stuff on the internet that in 10 years can destroy her mental health. Because I was raised that my family is over everything. And this is why people will make some choices. And on the internet, people choose one side and they will find all the arguments just because they already decide that she's the villain. And I do believe that she's the villain. But I'm able to understand where she comes from. It doesn't mean that I agree with her of how she does it. There's a lot of things that she says I disagree. But it doesn't, like, you cannot say that she didn't have a career just because you don't like her.
That's insane.
If you know what it is to have a career. That's where people lose me. And that's where all these people on the internet lose me. And it comes back to what we were talking before. You cannot just call people whatever phobic just because you don't want to have the conversation, and you cannot understand where the people on the other side are coming from, because they might have religious beliefs, they might have been raised a certain way, they might have a view of things that is very straightforward, and you cannot just say, oh, listen, this is the modern world, adapt or die. No, that's not how it works. And here, but on the internet, that's how people are. They will want to vilify you and hate you, or they will find you all the excuses, but nobody will ask themselves, wait a minute. Let me think about and me, that's what I did today. I was like, wait a minute. Let me think about my own couple and about the dynamic in my couple. I'm a provider just like I was raised, just like I seen my dad do. And I'm proud to be the provider. And because I was raised in Europe, I was born in Africa, but I was raised in Europe. Sometimes I'm frustrated to be the provider.
Oh,
sometimes I'm like,
really?
Wait, how much? Sometimes I'm like, what? Oh, damn. Like, sometimes I'm like, wait a minute. How am I wasting how all these money is leaving my pockets? Like, you see what I mean? Sometimes you get frustrated, and then sometimes you're like, no, this is my mission. It is frustrating, but it's still my mission, because if there's no electricity here, or if there's no roof over these heads, my daughter, my wife are without a roof over their head, and this is a problem. So I'm gonna provide, whether I'm happy or not. I have to work for this. But and to me, it is not even something that I've been taught to do. My parents were never like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. Even if my mom shaped me in a certain way, I just got it. This is just the way I am. And and when I struggle with a lot of different type of relationships, where sometimes I was like, hey, let me be with somebody who's independent. Let me be with somebody who makes her own money, and let's see where it takes us. And for some reason, it didn't work, and it was not because I was trying to be on top of them, because I don't care about how much money you make. Like, even if like you made more money than me, I wouldn't care, because as long as I can pay the roof. But some people, they would be like, no, if we both make money, like, we have to do it the modern way. We both pay the rent, we both pay everything, we divide from our things. Me, whenever my wife makes money from her sponsoring on Instagrams, or she's starting now to do eyebrows. No, it's not eyebrows. Eyelashes, natural. So she's starting to have some success doing this. So she's making her own money. So sometimes she's gonna be, hey, I need this to buy that, and I'm gonna be like, oh, you make your own money now. And she looks at me like, really? And it's funny.
Do you really say that?
I'm joking when I say that.
Okay.
I don't mind, because make your money, put it on the side, do whatever you want. I don't care. But I don't have a problem with that, because that's the structure where I was raised in, and I'm just recreating that structure. Some other people would say, oh, what, you want a wife that is submissive and no, I want to pay my own rent, I want to have my own car, like this. There's everybody will, and listen, everybody find the things they want, but I believe that once you arrive to where I am, you look for a woman that goes with what you think, with what the way we were raised. We're looking for people who are a certain way. Even if we are métis, we are mixed cultures, we have a little bit of Occidental, we still are very in those special things. I mean, I'm saying this like this, but I believe that you and I, for example, we have the same vision on those things, and we would completely agree on those things, even if you live in North America, so you understand independence, etc. But if you had to be a mother at home, I mean, not a mother at home, but you see what I mean, like you wouldn't mind having somebody, you wouldn't feel like
I want to be a housewife. Look, if I'm married, trust and believe.
Okay, there you go.
I get married, I'm gonna be a
Vous
housewife.
voyez pourquoi c'est deuxième bureau? I mean, that's what I didn't want to say it because you didn't tell me this ever. But you see, I can smell it. You see what I mean? Is the thing where I really believe that at a point you have to find people who go with the type of what you bring to the table as a man.
Same values.
You have to be on the same type of values to go together. And I believe from that, what those people in the comment completely didn't understand in what I was saying is that I understand that Will's mistake was not to be what he is, and Jada's mistake was not to be bitter or whatever you think she is. I think the mistake was to be together, because they just don't come from the same cloth. His values don't go with her. His values are family, this, that. Her she's probably more feminism, modern, etc. And that's so, and that's what they were saying in this thing. It was like, listen, be happy by yourself, and I'm gonna be happy by myself, and we're just gonna be and that's why, like, I just kind of understood a little bit where she was coming from, because I believe that she felt trapped in this relationship as well. After that, she did a lot of fucked up shit as well, but
and that's very common too. A lot of women settle. A lot of women, for whatever reason, sometimes it's
a lot of men
due
too
to our religious, right. So, but I'm just gonna talk about
what you know,
Jada's point or her side. I'm just gonna talk about her side a little bit, because I think for a very long time we've been just going at her, you know what I mean? And it's like, we don't know what she might have experienced, and here's the thing, I'm not trying to defend her, I'm just saying, right? We don't know what she must have experienced, right? As a young artist, because she's an artist, you know what I mean? She has a heart of an artist. As a young artist coming up in the game, you know what I mean?
They were very young, that's true.
Yeah, were you saying something?
No, I said they were very young, both of them.
Right, exactly. And, she was starting out, and even though she had been doing her thing, even when she was back in high school, so she's been doing this thing. This is nothing new to her. You know what I mean? Acting, being vocal about, certain causes and whatnot. This is something that she's been doing for a very long time. Right. And so I think that a lot of women, they settle for whatever reason. Sometimes it can be due to religious beliefs. Sometimes it's your own mom. Yeah. How many of us are pressured by our mom? Oh, you should be married by now. Well, how come? Oh, that's a great guy. He's a pastor. And it's like, maybe I don't want to marry a pastor. How about that? Maybe I just want, someone who's going to love me for me. Yes, I do want a God-fearing man, but I don't necessarily want to be with a pastor. How, so it's like, my thing is, people, we need to be respectful of people's careers. Yeah. You know what I mean? And for people to just say, oh, she didn't even have that much. No, she had a full-blown career. Okay.
Because
she was very successful.
Success is personal. I keep saying it. This is why I don't care how much money other artists are doing. My success is being able to feed my family and the pride in my father's and my mother's eyes. That's it. This is success to me. So when people come, oh yeah, but you don't make the money of it. Oh, you don't make as many shows of it. I'm like, but who you? Like, how much do you make?
Exactly.
Like, do you know how much I make? It's very interesting how, like, people will say she had a non-existing career. You don't know. Maybe she was a millionaire. And yeah,
you
of
don't
course, it is. Yeah, he has 300 million. But if she had a million, how much of us would ever see a million? But people
and
are.
how about this? And Kay, how about this? Maybe she helped him with some of the decision making when he had to figure out what to do with his career.
Yeah.
We don't know.
You know how I wanted to call this show eventually? Before choosing I Believe I Can Fly. I was like, I'm gonna call it Understanding Jada.
Man.
But when I cut these segments, when I edit, I'm gonna cut this segment. I'm gonna call this Understanding Jada.
Yeah.
MJ attempted that and failed miserably. I don't know what. Attempted what? Master Electronic.
MJ?
Sure.
MJ who? Michael Jordan? Who's he talking?
Jackson, I guess. I'm not sure what Master Electronic is talking about.
Oh, it's Master Electronic. Sorry.
Master Electronic. Master Electronic is a big hacker. You be careful. He's gonna hack you.
Oh, man. I'm innocent, by the way, you guys. I'm very innocent.
What is he saying? L'argent des femmes est comme le caca des chats. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
C'est yeah. Listen. Let me remove this from my list of subjects. You know how we actually talk. And you know, just to finish with this, you know, I'm gonna add something. Maybe along the way they stop being made for each other.
Okay, let me tell you something. We don't know.
I know.
You know what I mean? That's their marriage.
Yep.
I think the mistake
was to put it out there.
Right, and even by me saying that it was a mistake, that's me being judgmental. But you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like, just like you said, it's like putting their business out.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good.
That was
I don't think it was a good move,
a bad
because
move.
before
Let me just say that, maybe not a mistake. That was a bad move.
I think that before that they were fine. Before that, most people had ideas. You see, I opened my iPad to 3.33. That's happened to me all the time. You know, I have a whole gallery of 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, etc.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you. I believe that that's when, but I think that's what she needed. So, but I don't know if she did this because she just wanted to sabotage, or or she just wanted to talk. I have no idea.
I think, me personally, because I'm a woman.
Okay.
I think and I've
Are
never
you?
Never.
Are
yes,
you?
I am.
How do you know?
I've never met her.
To today's standards, how do you know?
Because I feel it in my soul. Is that good enough? Is that good enough?
But oh my God. Listen. Let's finish with, let's terminer en beauté. Damn, we're gonna do 3 hours of this show. Damn it.
Oh yeah, but can I just say this?
You are the one making this show long. You know that.
Go
ahead. This is your show. Let me put your photo here, so that I'm gonna put your photos. Now, next time you talk, I'm gonna put your photo. Now, next time you're gonna call me in video. You're gonna call in video.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna have to do my makeup and stuff.
Now you can call. You can call in with Bigoudi and stuff. But go ahead.
Because check this out. You're international, right? So then my face in Bigoudi is gonna be all over. No, we're not doing that. No, I just wanted to say quickly, I think as a and of course, I've never met her. I don't know her. I only see what I see, right? What's presented to me, right? But I think as a woman, I think maybe she wanted an outlet, right, to express herself and to perhaps
to stop being in
help
these shadows.
Right, and maybe because like I said, this is something that she's been very vocal. Like she's been vocal I would like to say her entire life.
That's true. She was doing. I remember the Million Woman March. She was already there talking young. Yeah, she's always been. But that's the thing. When people start hating you, they remove all these things from you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that complicated?
Yeah. People just need to mind their own business and be respectful. If you're gonna, write something on the internet, be respectful. Don't discredit people's hard work. Because that whatever kind of career she had or she has, because she still has a career.
Yeah.
We're talking about her.
Yeah. She just played in Matrix 4, Matrix 3, 2.
Exactly.
Even 1,
So,
no.
Whatever. She's out here doing movies, writing books, whatever it is that she's doing.
And her show is successful.
She's active out here, like we like to say. She's active.
She's a voice.
Okay. Yes. So, be respectful. And my thing is, how are you living? How's your life?
Their life is on Twitter, on YouTube commenting.
Come on.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm like, sometimes I have whole conversations with people on YouTube, and then just to piss them off, I just remove my comments, which remove all their comments.
You like to be the villain. You like to be the villain online.
No, I just sometimes,
oh my God.
Sometimes I'm going to watch a video on YouTube and it's the comments that will screw the video for me. Like the video might be very interesting. I was like, oh, interesting. And then it's just going to be the comment section that is going to be the sewer of the internet. People coming, just spewing hate, coming and actually, that girl who make those videos, she's Indian, so she actually understand way more than all these people. And usually when I post comments on her video, she likes my comments, and sometimes she tell me on Twitter, thanks for your comment and stuff. But I believe that all these people are just angry because of the slap or because of the August Alsina thing, all these things, and they don't even want to. And it comes back to the whole thing about this whole show tonight. People hate having the idea of just nuance. People just want, because I never said, poor girl. No, I said, I see her point of view. Yeah. Because all this time, I heard her talk. I heard all the things she said. I heard them, but I kept seeing everything to the prism of, you made him fuck his night, his biggest night of his career. You made him ruin it. But that time, I was like, oh, wow, I didn't catch that one. And I was like, okay, from her point of view, I see where she comes from. And I had the same thing with my ex-girlfriend. I see our relationship as a big lesson for me. And I see her as, I put her in, not in that that much, not on that level. But I put her with the Amber Heard, the Jada, the all these people. Like, but on a certain level, not as like, it's not somebody I hate, etc. But because of the relationship I had with her, and because of the bipolarity of like, there's a lot of things that I see that I'm like, yeah, I've been there. And I see how I could have been Will, I could have been Johnny Depp in that, because I really see how that relationship could have cost me my career. Because it was really I really lost myself in that relationship because of the beauty, because of the investment in something that was impossible. And the more you invest, the less you can go back. That's the thing with relationships. But one day I wrote a song about her, and the girl, I called a friend, and I said, "Oh, listen, this is lyrics. I would love you to sing the other part." And she doesn't know nothing about the relationship, but she just heard my lyrics. She just read my lyrics, and then she did on the second verse. She's replying, and listen, everything she said in the reply, in the second verse, it really felt like it was my ex talking. Because me, my verse. Wait, let me see if I have the verse. Let me see. Just a fool. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna read you my lyrics quick. My lyrics. So the song is called "Just a Fool." It's in not this album, the one before. So when I gave you my heart and all my money, how could I know you were using me? Then again, my friends, they all keep telling me to stay away, but I never want to listen. Then I changed some stuff. So I think after that is the because I love your body, love your soul. You just made me lose control. I loved you completely till it burned. This is why I had to let you go. And then the chorus is, I was just a fool for you. Okay. So, but then that's what Lais replied. So Lais is Lais is the singer that
the artist.
She's the artist on the song. She said, when you gave me your heart and all your money, I wasn't ready to commit to you. I was giving you signs, but you didn't want to see it. I really hate it because I'm hurting you. Because I love your body, love your soul, and you made me lose control. I can't love you completely. Now you're hurt. This is why you gotta let me go. I was just a fool. And I was like, damn. That'll be it. And you know, sometimes it's just some details like that. When I was listening to the song, and I was like, damn. Like, now that it doesn't hurt anymore, it's been almost 10 years. But now that it's like in the past, in the rear view, and like you can at a point, there's a point in any relationship that you can now put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And also understand how that person maybe was just not ready for you, but at the same time could not let this occasion go because it really made her happy, and she thought that she could handle it, and then she could not, and then she realized that maybe she just wanted something like, and then but you were more, and again it always comes to the same thing. Oh, he's an artist, he's probably having fun with me, so me too, and then they realize, no, he's not, he's really serious. So that then it becomes serious, and then at a point you are like, oh, listen to me as a man, this is me, this is what I want, this is how and they're like, okay, let's go, but they know they cannot handle it because maybe they're not, and then boom, the whole thing, and then people make you promise stuff, and they make you promise stuff, and you believe that because they make you promise this stuff, it's because they're really into you, but they just make you promise stuff because they're scared to commit.
Yeah.
So they always put a wall higher and higher, but you keep climbing the wall. And at a point, you have to sit down with them and tell them, listen, in reality, we should just have been fuck friends. But we loved each other. But at a point, you realize it. And I remember somebody told me, you guys should just be fuck friends. And I was like, shut up. I love her so much. Like, because when you're in love with somebody, you don't want to hear your friends. And listen, damn, it's been 3 hours. If you're not sleeping and you're still here, put some unicorns in the chat for Trisha. Because listen. Hey. Okay, listen. Let's finish the show. But
What are they saying? What's going on in the chat?
Bon Chose is saying Trisha is a great co-host for sure.
Oh, really? Thank you.
And then I hope she's not watching, probably my ex. And that was deep. Bon Chose is saying this.
Yeah.
And I think from now that I said it, it's gonna last another 30 minutes before the unicorns start happening. And there we go. Ellie's boys just put the first unicorn. Okay, listen. 30 years.
No, we can't. No.
Listen,
we can't do
it
tonight. We cannot.
We have to finish. We have to finish. Night is my day. Félicitations, Tricia. Listen.
Okay.
Joël, il faut qu'on marie Tricia dans notre famille. On doit envoyer un cousin ou sinon un deuxième bureau. Anyway, yeah. Okay.
We need a commercial break. What time is it? Where you at?
It's 3:47. We have to talk about it for. Oh, Julie, I thought you fell asleep. Unicorns. Listen. Now listen. We can do it in 15 minutes because we touch some great
30
subjects.
Years?
Listen.
In 15 minutes.
Listen. You remember when we talked for 5 hours and I was in Kinshasa? Everybody's in vampire mode. Let's go. Julie is saying Trisha is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'm not amazing. I'm jealous.
You guys are amazing. We love it here.
Everybody go to Julie's Instagram and go put some likes. And listen, when I'm going to put the link to her MYM, I think this is the new platform. This is like OnlyFans. Everybody, I want you to go and support Juju Zhang, the queen. All right. Julie, listen. One day I'll shoot your movie.
What?
Listen. I'm going to shoot and I'm going to make the music for her movie. Because I believe,
oh man,
like I can make you a millionaire. Anyway, make us a millionaire because I'll take a percentage. What? Yeah, what?
That's the right spirit. I love that.
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not in that area, but I'm gonna do a show I call my friend who's killing it on OnlyFans. She's making like hundreds of thousands. I'm gonna have like a full, because I love to give a voice to everybody. Julie's saying that she loves me.
Oh.
Yeah, listen. All right.
Julie's so sweet. Is she so sweet?
No, that's not. No, she's not. She's not sweet.
You haven't
seen
least she's sweet to me.
You haven't seen the things that I've seen.
But that's between you guys. But she's always so sweet to me. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Listen. When you will see, you will see. Charal. Listen. 30 years. No.
We cannot. No
PP break.
Can you ask people in the chat if
Yeah.
we can do Kales in 15 minutes. Ask them right now.
We can start and we can continue in the next episode. Listen, if you want us to stop the show now because it's been 3 hours and 15, we can say okay. We want to go to sleep. If you want us to try to do it in 15 minutes, put some stars in the chat. We'll wait.
Let me tell you, that topic needs we need at least an hour.
Oh, come on, don't abuse me. Elise boy says we gotta go. What does he mean we gotta go?
We gotta
Doesn't know. He can mean both things. Julie says thank you, Trisha.
You're welcome. I agree with Ellis boys. We gotta go.
Wait, we gotta go where? Do we have to go in the subject? Listen, it's important. You know why it's important? Because I understand the cancel culture and how they feel, and I understand all the, but she says hang up, Trish.
Who said that?
Hey, these boys.
Exactly. I gotta go. We gotta go.
You know, my problem is if I leave it for Sunday, first I'm gonna have to change the name of my whole show, and second of all,
Yeah.
which is not a problem, I'm gonna have to call it Understanding Jada. But listen, these subjects are good to touch while they are hot, and I mean,
I understand, but 15 minutes. First of all, we're not gonna be able to.
I can do it in 15 minutes. I can just say how I feel, and then I let you say how you feel, and then we out.
I don't know.
Listen, we can do it. Nobody said
Are
nothing.
we
in the
gonna
chat.
come back to it later then? Are we gonna come back to it?
We can come back to it Sunday,
Okay.
unless we.
Okay.
Julie said we don't sleep tonight. She.
Hey.
All right, listen. 30 years. The thing is this. How long have you been listening to R. Kelly?
Oh man.
Bonso
least
said
30,
just
yeah.
touch it a little bit.
30 years. Yeah.
For 30 years, you've been listening to R. Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
At least for me, because 1992, so that's 30 years. But he started in 89.
15 minutes à
or
la congolaise égale 1 heure.
You know?
Elise Boy says. Oh my God. And I'm taking my mom to the spa at 11 a.m. All right, listen. Even my music, the way I construct my songs,
Talk about it.
a revelation of the simplicity of how you do songs that work. I had it by listening to the R album. And it is very interesting to me how when that person was paying the electricity and paying the rent of everybody, everybody closed their eyes on what everybody knew from the get-go, from the Aliyah situation.
Yeah.
So are we judging the man on yesterday with today's eyes, or are we
Kaysha, you're gonna get in trouble with this.
No.
I don't know if
No, I'm not, because the thing is this. I'm okay, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I was neither sad nor happy. When I was just shocked at the amount of years. I was like, whoa. And like, I don't admire because I'm not like the people of today. The people of today are very black and white. They are very Manichaean. They either love you too much, abusively, or they hate you. And I don't come from that era. I come from the era of I'm not a fan of nobody unless you are my parents, you're not my hero. I admire people who were running countries. I don't admire people who do songs. I do songs myself. I don't even understand the admiration that people have for me. So, him being found guilty finally was not a like, oh no, or oh yeah, because in the end I'm just a spectator. I never subscribed to the mute R. Kelly. Like I stopped listening to R. Kelly way before all this happened. I stopped listening to R. Kelly probably 10 years ago. Not because I had a problem with his music, just because I just moved on. So I didn't feel compelled to stop listening or whatever. But if I was listening to him actively, I would have felt the same way of everything I've been saying before. I don't like people telling me what I have to do. I don't like people. I don't like the mob telling me what is right, what is wrong, and what I have to listen to, what I don't have to listen to, what I have to remember, what I don't have to remember. As I said before, you're not gonna stay here telling me that R. Kelly is a monster, and at the same time you do me a reality show where you show me Hugh Hefner doing exactly the same thing, but it's with blonde girls and he's a white guy. Like, straight there, I was like, lots of contradiction in this country as always. Listen, from the get-go, some of the things he did, I was like, yo, like from marrying Ali at 15, I was like, yo, this guy is a pedo. Okay, it's a fact. And people are acting like if they're discovering, where everybody always knew, and they kept playing his music. They didn't stop playing his music back then. Everybody worked with him, because everybody was trying to make money with him. So when everybody decided that, okay, it's time to cancel you for your past activities in the last 30 years, I was conflicted. I was not conflicted with the idea of, he has to stop. The fact that he lived in a house with a bunch of women, I didn't know what was happening there, but just the fact that they were saying that he had a ring and all, like, there's so many houses like that in Africa and so many people who live this way that I was like, okay, now the fact that he had a predatory attitude with little girls, I have a problem with that. And if I don't know exactly what he was judged for, I hope he's not being judged a second time for the thing he was found not guilty the first time, because that's double jeopardy and they're gonna have to set him free. But if they found more tapes of him continuing to do the same shit that he did like 30 years ago, and the tape that everybody saw, because I remember we all saw that tape back then.
I didn't see it, by the way.
Oh, listen, I saw it. He was pissing on that girl, and that was him. And
Oh my God.
listen, the thing is this: if God gives you a chance, and it's crazy because this guy has so many religious messages in his music, and the people who are so religious, most of the time, this is
Yeah, but I was about to say.
yeah, you know
what
like,
goes on?
yeah, ouais, les pasteurs, tout ça. Bon, now, when sometimes God gives you the chance to, it's like, okay, this premier avertissement. You can do greatness, but you have to stop with some of your ways, because the society gave you a pass because of all the money you are generating. This is your chance to fix yourself and to stop doing the things you do. And you're gonna continue doing it. You're gonna go to the McDonald's to prey on little girls and etc, etc, etc. And then there's tapes, lots of them. So you also put evidence. I'm like, what kind of idiot are you? So you kind of deserve what's happening to you. And again, at the same time, I've seen so many things in this music world of so many people who are worse than this guy. In Africa, like,
Talk about it.
I mean, if I was him, I would have just moved to Africa. Like, he would have done his shit in plain sight and nobody would care. But it's this thing where I'm like, it's not even a fan of the music. As a person who has memories that are tied to his music, I cannot mute my memories. Songs like One Man, Don't Put Me Out.
That one was for you. Don't put me out.
I love this song. No, I'm not a guy that songs like there's so many songs, like the songs he wrote for Michael Jackson, for Lady Gaga, for like there's a song that he wrote for Justin Timberlake, for Justin Bieber, like Celine Dion, for B2K, like Celine Dion, like
Tony Braxton.
Like the amount of music of that came from this troubled genius cannot be muted, because I believe that it is a personal decision whether you want to listen to it or not. So again, I don't like the mob telling me what I have to listen to or not because of what they believe is right or not. Because again, out there in Africa, all my people, you don't care about them. And I could tell you a lot of people that I don't want you to listen to their music, and you would say we don't care. So don't come to me with that. Everybody take your decision for you. Some of us, it's not like, and I don't like this again, always, I don't like the, if it was your daughter, like, listen, yeah, if it was my daughter, I would kill him. I agree. But don't come to me with these stupid arguments. Try to be a little bit logical and understand how between two chairs we are as people who have our memories. We grew up there. We made love on those songs. They are part of the playlists of love making. I have a playlist called Making Love. You know that? In my
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
I'll send you the link so you can try it. Listen, I believe that. I hope my mom is sleeping already. I believe that this is your own decision. Now, if they found a bunch of other tapes of the things that he's been doing and he's been having, like,
can we clarify?
Yes.
What he's going to jail? Like, was that explained? I think it was some kind of, it was the trafficking that he was. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that they're saying that there's a RICO case for trafficking. The problem is, like, when there's a RICO case, it's supposed to have a common enterprise. So I didn't know that you could use but I think they used that because the facts were more than 10 years old. So to bypass the statute of limitation, they use the RICO case, because the RICO case, then you can use that. But the problem is here is, like, how you gonna have one man pay when it was a whole operation? What about everybody else? What about all the people who were doing orgies with him? What about all the people who help organize, buy the tickets, all these things? If the guy cannot read, cannot write, cannot whatever, cannot count, all the people who were there. Why nobody is also there standing with him and also receiving 5 years, 10 years, 3 years for your assistant? Like, oh, why? Where is the ex-boss of Zomba, Sony, all these people who let them do whatever he did for all these years? Where are they?
I'm going to mute myself.
Why? You don't want to be part of that conversation? Go talk. Say something.
Because you're going in. You're going in.
No, I'm asking.
The list is long. It's a long list.
Where are all the people who knew all this time, who were coming in the studio, seeing all these girls in the studio, and not saying nothing? And all these people who are pointing fingers. Yo, in the Zouk world, I know you too. When are we coming for you? In the Congolese world.
I'm muting myself.
Removing myself from my own conversation. Remove myself. Okay. This show was brought to you by
Forget mute R. Kelly. Let's mute. I'm gonna mute myself. Forget that.
But you see what I mean? Like, okay, how do you feel?
Jesus.
Do you understand how I feel? How do you feel?
Well.
Wait a minute. Master Electronics said. Wait a minute. Master Electronics said, before you tell me how you feel, Kelly is my hero.
Okay.
The biggest question is just why now? No one is perfect, but Mr. R. Kelly went wild with his stuff.
Yeah.
Julie is saying, I can't say anything here on the chat about R. Kelly, but I was in touch with two friends of him for years. Oh my God. Send me a DM.
See, she's muting herself.
Yeah, listen, some things you don't want to talk, you have to be careful what you say. Master Electronic is saying what? Les pasteurs encore. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what that is.
Aquaring is saying R was a blessed man before he ruined it. He put the R in R&B. A lot of the people who did great things were troubled souls.
Yeah.
Two golden things that can ruin a man's life is lack of control over sex, life, and money. That is true. And Master Electronic, let me tell you one thing. Your profile picture is ridiculous. Michael ZL is saying there is still a trial pending with all those enablers. Okay.
Oh,
good. Okay, cool.
That's some good information.
Yeah, there's another one in Chicago, I think. Boncho said true. Every other person involved should also get 30 years too. I wouldn't say 30 years, but a good 10 for everybody.
Some kind of punishment.
Yeah. Master Electronic is saying Kofi déjà ali. Hey, pardon. Hey, whoa.
I'm muting myself.
I'm muting myself. All right, listen. How do you feel? Tell me in 5 minutes. How do you feel? I cannot be alone in this one.
It's okay. First and foremost, I know we're laughing, but it's a very serious matter. I think
agree.
we can all agree on that.
Yeah, it is.
It's an extremely serious matter because young women, young girls were abused.
Yes.
Severely abused. So let's start right there. I think that we can all agree on that. Secondly, when it comes to R. Kelly, the artist, the musical, some will even say that he is, because he's still alive, that he's a musical genius, right? And just like you said, he had some kind of influence or impact on your way of creating music, right? Someone like myself, I'm a little bit younger than you. I grew up in the 90s, and let me tell you something. He was dominating R&B music. And for the younger generation, R&B music was huge back in the day.
Yeah. Especially for us who were going to Belgium or growing up in Belgium. Back when Ellie's Boys was part of Magical Band.
Right. So, and you know this better than I do, because you're actually, both of your feet were in the music industry. I just happened to have one foot in, one foot out, but you lived it. You know what I mean? You're a full-blown artist, so you know this better than I do. Back in the 90s, major record labels had those huge budgets.
Yeah.
They were going to R&B acts.
Oh, yeah.
And then hip-hop later on. Right?
Yeah. That's true.
But so I think people need to understand, especially for the younger generation, they need to understand how influential he was, back then, and the stuff that he did artistically, so on and so forth. And that's something that we cannot take away from him. I mean, the music is there. To this day, I mean, yes, we've been saying mute R. Kelly, but it took a long time for us to mute R. Kelly.
Listen,
because let me see back in the 90s.
Let me see how many people are listening every month. He still has 5 million people listening every month, so he's not muted at all.
Kaysha.
No, I'm saying that's cancel culture for you. Cancel culture. If you wait 2 months, people are canceling something else. They're too busy. They don't even come and check. Like, he's in all these platforms, in his music he's playing. So, because some people refuse to stop listening to the music that, listen, if I Believe I Can Fly is the first dance from your wedding, it is now a fact. You're not gonna just change it and like stop watching the videos of your first dance because of the soundtrack.
Was it the song of your first dance?
No, my first dance was Barry White's.
Oh,
What song?
interesting.
My song I chose was Barry White. Don't change or something. Wait, let me look. My first dance was Barry White. Don't go changing, just the way you are.
I'm gonna have to listen to it.
Listen, that's
Nice.
don't listen to it when you're sad.
You know what? I usually listen to sad music anyway. So
Okay.
it doesn't really matter to
Go
me.
listen to my song called "Just a Fool." You will know how I felt.
Oh man. Yeah. But you know the thing is here. Okay, I when it comes to muting R. Kelly, and this is just me asking questions. I'm not trying to defend. I'm not pro. I'm like right in the middle. At this very moment, I'm right in the middle. So let's say there's a group of people that says, well, let's mute R. Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay. But he wrote so many songs
It's
for
possible.
so many other artists.
You are not alone.
Do we
You
have
are not
to
alone,
mute?
Michael Jackson.
That's fine. But look, even Michael, he had his stuff.
It would be canceled
Okay.
today. It would.
So
like,
we're not even gonna talk about Michael, because Michael, that's a whole other situation over there. But someone like Toni Braxton, for instance.
Yeah.
I love me some Toni Braxton, right? And one of my favorite songs by her is How Many Ways, and it's the remix.
Okay.
It was remixed by R. Kelly, because you remember back in the day when you would have the original song, and then you would have the
And then
remix,
remixes.
right?
That's why I do remixes.
And yeah, and R. Kelly, he's the king of remixes.
I know.
That's what he does.
Ellie's boy
So-
says there's too many memories attached to his music. Too many collective
So-
memories.
Right. So someone like me who, like, I grew up in the 90s, like, to me, 90s R&B is like, I listen to it to this day, right? So
Guy,
do I have
Jodeci,
do I have
Casey
Right.
and JoJo. Last night, na, 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 and he went this way. When I
So-
play that music, it takes me there.
Yeah. And that's what music is supposed to do.
Yes.
It's supposed to make you feel. It's supposed to make you reminisce. It's supposed to make you want to try something. Like, you're supposed to feel something when you listen to a song. And my question to you, Kay, because you're in the music industry, you're
Yeah.
fully in it. So someone like
I'm
me,
retired.
who grew up, okay.
I have a show now called Club Shada.
As a young veteran, right, in the game. My question to you is, so they're telling me that I have to mute R. Kelly. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. But there's an artist over there whom I love, I appreciate their music. Someone like Toni Braxton, for instance. And she has a lot of songs that were written by R. Kelly. So do I mute her as well? How does that work?
I mean, this is the problem with slogans. When you want to live a life of hashtags,
Uh-oh.
it's cute to put hashtags on Twitter, but you have to understand that, and it goes back to what we were saying in the very beginning of this 4-hour conversation, something like that.
Les 15 minutes, là, on a dépassé ça.
Yeah, on a dépassé. We're still what? We're still under 4 hours. We 3 hours and 44. We're gonna make sure we stop before 4 hours. But listen, that's exactly what I was saying in the beginning of this conversation. The hashtags are cute. They make for good slogans. They're great for Twitter because they can create reaction, they can create attraction, etc. But when it comes to the details of life, the real reality of life, this is where you cannot bypass the fact that life is way more complicated than just a hashtag. It's the same thing as what we understood with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. The hashtag believe all women, it sounded great because it was time to listen to them, to make past with the patriarchy,
but does it sound
etc.
great though? Believe all women.
It sounds great. The problem is you can't, because among them are some liars.
Il y a des vipères.
Il y a des psychos. Donc, what the right one was, listen to all women.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But
I agree.
But believe all sounds better. And because we live in a world where people want to make everything something commercial. People want to make everything like transactional. We're going to put some hashtags so people can click there and go click on my article so I can make money. And nobody cares about the real long-term implication of this until Amber Heard arrives and make everybody realize, oh damn, we fucked up. And here is the same thing. When you said mute R. Kelly, I understand the intent. I understand all the construction behind it. Yeah, because if you listen to his music, you are funding his operation, like, because it started way before all this, when it was still documentary. Let's mute him so he cannot use that money to do etc. etc. I get it, but then you have to also mute everything he did for Celine Dion, Michael Jackson, Lady Gaga, Justin Bieber, that, B2K, all the hits that he did, the thousands of songs. And that's when it becomes complicated, because if you want to mute, you have to mute. Because if you say no, only where he sings, I'm gonna tell you, but the ones where he doesn't sing generate publishing money that goes to his pockets.
Right, exactly.
So
exactly.
You have to think about it, but the people who do the slogans, they don't think through the things. It's just like Black Lives Matters. It is true. We matter. The Black Lives Matters. But when somebody replies to you, all life matters, how you gonna tell me this is racist? You see what I mean? For somebody who's just logical, who don't understand the whole thing, who doesn't live in America, who don't like, it's just like, yeah, but everybody matters. Nah, us. Like, you're gonna sound crazy. What about the Asian ones? What about the brown ones? What about the Congolese ones?
And I think this is where you have to have a spokesperson when it comes to a movement, right? When you're creating movement, you really have to have a spokesperson that can actually, express
the problem.
Mission.
You know the problem with what you just said. The problem is, most people, when they create a movement around of a catchphrase, a hashtag, it's not something that has been thought through. It starts with a tweet that you said. You will say something, and then Twitter just takes it. You're gonna say something. You're gonna tweet me. You're gonna hashtag mute R. Kelly, and then you're gonna go to sleep. The next day, there's 100,000 tweets with this. So that now you have to follow the movement of the crowd. That's the problem of this internet generation. It's like, sometimes I remember one day I posted, what did I post? I posted something, I forgot what it was, but it was something about Congo. I posted I'll give you another example. I posted, people hate when you succeed because it is like a mirror to their own failure. So instead of supporting you and applauding you, they want to take you down. I don't remember the tweet, but it's something that but it was, I did it simpler in one sentence, and it was in French. Les gens détestent le succès des autres parce que ça leur rappelle. Les gens n'aiment pas les gens. And I posted this, like, sometimes I post stuff. I just posted it and I went to sleep. The next day I had 7,000 retweets. And I was like, what's going on? And I had like, yeah, the king of Pale. And I was like, what? Yeah, we that. And then it was not even my thing anymore. One day I posted something about Congo. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, I posted something. And same thing. Sometimes I post and then I go to sleep. Sometimes I post at this time. It's 4:30 a.m. I post something and then I go to bed. The next day I wake up, all Congo Twitter is reposting my. So I wake up, I'm happy. I'm like, hey, I have a viral tweet. And then my cousin, who's in politics, my cousin who's running for governor, actually.
Oh my God.
He sends me a message and he says, remove this tweet now. And only when I read his WhatsApp, I realize the implication of my tweets. Because I'm Kaysha, yeah, I'm the artist, but I'm also the son of Mokolo Wampomo. I'm also the nephew of such. I'm also the son of my mother. I'm also, and my mother's stepfather is, and my grandma is, and my cousin is, and my brother is, and my whole family is in politics. Like, my family is like the no, not gonna say the Kennedys, not what a good name I can find.
But it's similar.
We the Obamas. Like,
okay.
I have I come from one of those why my family, like Congolese people know who I am or who my family is.
Yeah.
So when I tweet something, I cannot just tweet without thinking of all the implications. So as I'm going to my tweet, I'm seeing that I already have like 3,000 retweets.
Wow. And
comments, and the Congolese Twitter is going crazy. And some people are saying, yo, we should start thinking of this guy as a president maybe of the country in around 8 years, because he has a good name, he thinks well, blah blah blah, and listen, and I'm like, huh? And then I look at my WhatsApp, and what I see is remove this tweet now. And the first thing I did, I just went back to Twitter and I was like, delete.
Of course.
Because so sometimes you don't really, and now sometimes I tweet stuff and in 1 second, I think of all the implication of what I just wrote, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna post that.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
So is freedom of speech a real thing? Because
No.
I feel like
It's not. I mean, it is. No, the thing is this. Wait a minute. Elise Boy said l'horaire congolaise.
ouais, non.
Wow.
On est loin là, on est loin.
Boncho said remove this tweet now. Damn. Listen, you have no idea. Julie is saying l'album The Hit de Tony Braxton, un classique.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. She's honestly, she's one of my favorite female artists.
Yeah, she's amazing. You're making me high. Michael ZL is saying he embedded those girls and he embedded us with his music.
Those girls, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Boncho said, I remember how people came at you when you commented about Mali. Well, listen, you know, it's very interesting. When you speak about music as a sommity, somebody who's respected in music, people might agree, disagree, but people will not say nothing. But whenever you say something about politics, people are gonna tell you, go back to singing, just because they disagree with you. That's funny. And people have no idea how much I know about politics because I was born and raised inside of politics. And people have no idea the number of presidents that I shook hands from age 0. Like Chinese president, American president, Russian president, French presidents. Like they were dining in my living room, all these people. But because I made sure that my music was protected from that and I don't speak about that, people don't realize that, yo, I know about politics way more than most people. Some people know. Yeah. Some people know. Like I could make a great politician. It's just that I'm not interested. I prefer being a businessman. Elise Boys is saying, good night, I'm going to work. I have to work in the morning. Ma, reste un peu, encore 10 minutes. On a bientôt fini.
No, but you know, I just wanted to say this quickly, Kay. Me personally, I didn't know that you were born into it, because to me you were Kaysha the artist. You know what I mean? It's just recently when
your family.
What?
You didn't ask your family?
My brother told me, but that was like much later on, you know. But when you first came out,
yeah.
And here's the thing, I the first time I heard one of your songs, it was actually Kaysha on dit quoi, but I didn't know that you had a whole career, you know, prior to that, right? So I just quote unquote discovered you. I became aware of who you were with Kaysha on dit quoi, and at the time, I didn't know that you were the son of such and such. I had no idea. To me, you were an artist from Paris, you know, doing your thing, you know, like, because that's how I perceived you, you know. But then later on, my brother was like, oh, you know, his father is. I was like, oh, okay. But
I early in my career, I did everything to protect my career from that, because I don't wanted people to believe. You know, when you did everything by yourself, I mean, you don't do everything by yourself because somebody paid for your school, etc. But music is something that my dad didn't want me to do, so I had to go to that route by myself, and like nobody bought me stuff, paid it, whatever. Elise Boys is saying, now we're talking politics. That's another 45 minutes. That's not true. We done. Listen,
Kaysha, je t'avais dit.
on a fini.
Pour 15 minutes là.
In 20 seconds, we had 4 hours. Listen,
Ah là là.
the gig is the gig. So, I didn't want people, especially I wouldn't say I got bullied, but when I started rapping and I was doing all the rap shows in Paris, a lot of we were just rappers. I have no idea who was from where. It was just people rapping for me. But in those people, some of them were Congolese. And I believe that at a point, some people started saying, hey, his dad is such and such.
Yeah.
And so I believe that that time he was an ambassador, or maybe he was already at foreign affairs. I don't know. But when people started understanding that, and then people were like, oh, and he doesn't live in the ghetto like us. After the shows, you go to Sarcelles, you go to whatever. He goes to
T'étais dans le 16e.
he go dans le 16e. He goes to Porte d'Auteuil in his 400-meter square, and he spent every weekend in Waterloo in the second house. So he's not like us. And then people started saying, you don't deserve to sing. You don't deserve to be with us. And I was like, huh? What does talent have to do with that? Elise Boys is saying 4 hours, yay! So so that's why at a point I protected myself when people were telling me, where you from? I was saying, oh, I'm Chinese. Because I didn't want this to interfere with the music. As I got older, and we all lived exile, all these things. As I got older and I made peace with my country, I started actually being proud of where I'm from and my upbringing and what my parents' achievements. So I don't have a problem with it. And actually I made Buddy as well, because he comes from the same upbringing as me. I made him also be proud of himself and of where we come from, because when you live in France, it's those countries where people hate money. It's complicated. But listen, back to the subject, because we have to finish this show. How do you feel? 30 years.
30 years.
And everybody in the chat, because we have to finish. Everybody in the chat, tell me, how do you feel about 30 years? Like, do you think it's too much? Do you think it's... I don't know for this type of crime how much people get.
Right.
So I was just like, me personally, I was just like, damn, 30 years. Wow. Oh my God, this is a life sentence. He's living there at 82.
Yeah, because he's in his 50s, right?
He's 50. I think he's 56. So that's like until 86. Wow. Yo. It's like, okay. And I have another question. What if, after a few years, good conduct, they let him use the music studio of the prison, and he records some songs and they come out and they are successful? How would you feel?
It's the latter question is very tough for me, because as someone who is musically inclined, and I'm not going to say I'm an artist because I haven't put anything out, you know what I mean, but I'm very much musically inclined.
Okay.
And I grew up on his music. I grew up just like you, because when I was growing up, I would write songs and, just the structure of the song.
Michael said, what music studio?
Sorry, what?
Michael said, what music studio? Listen, They can build him a studio in his jail.
They can build. Yes.
Listen, you can have.
Is it what?
Some jail cells are
there's-
huge apartments.
There's that Jamaican artist who's what's his name? Vibes Cartel.
Vibe Cartel.
He's making music from jail, no?
Yeah, that's
Isn't
true.
he?
Yeah. He lives there, and his cell is actually
He
like
lives-
an apartment. And I mean, he lives there. Yeah, he's in jail. But okay, go ahead, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So
As
for
somebody
someone
who's musically inclined.
and growing up, that's what I grew up, admiring. Not admiring him as the individual, but
the music,
his artistic, musically
musicianship.
speaking. Because now we're talking about the music specifically, and I mean, he taught me how to write a song indirectly, right?
Yep.
So it's like it's tough because, and like I was saying earlier, there are a lot of other songs that he wrote for other artists that I'm attached to those songs. You know what I mean? And sometimes you don't even realize that, oh my gosh, like R. Kelly wrote that song, like, but you're listening to it. So it's like, oh, you're going to feel a little bit guilty because it's like, well, I'm supposed to be muting this man, but So to answer your question, if he were to create, some amazing music from where he's at, and I like it, I don't know. I'll listen to it at least once. I'm gonna be honest. No, for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll listen to it at least once.
Elise is saying, I just read that his sales have gone up the past 72 hours, and 8 of his album has re-entered the top 200.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as bad publicity. Julie is saying. Julie is saying, I have all his CDs and I have vinyls. He's an amazing artist. I talk about the artist. Julie, would you have sex on top of his music?
Oh my God. Okay, I thought you were gonna ask
one
something.
of your with one of your rappers, with one of your Congolese rappers on your balcony. Don't ask me how I know she has a balcony. Emmanuel is saying for it's 10 years and plus the sentence for this.
For what?
But in America, because they add up the sentences, so maybe that's.
So yeah, and to answer your first question,
How do you
honestly,
feel?
I haven't
Process.
looked into the actual the situation for me to know, oh well, it was the right amount of years, it was the right sentence for the crime. I'm not knowledgeable enough, so I can't really speak on that.
It's not the same.
Like,
sorry.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing as the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, because everybody was with their popcorns following the trial live. So everybody could make their own, because it was televised, right?
Yeah.
But on this one, we just knew that there was something, the world kept moving, things kept happening, and all of a sudden you wake up one day and boom, 30 years. So me personally, I was in shock because of the number. I had no idea how, what, I just knew, I was like, oh my God, that's a lot. Like, and I think the way I feel is, wow, such a legend and such a sad end. That's how I feel.
Yeah, but look at what he did, though.
No,
and
I'm not saying that it's not deserved. I'm just saying, oh my God, like such a legend and such a sad end. After
and like you said, it could have been avoided. It definitely could have been
yeah,
avoided.
don't film it. I mean, don't do it. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's sick, it's different. Wait. Elise Boys is saying good night for the 4th time.
Ah.
Did he know? Did he do that now, or was that 4 years ago? Any
Come
proof?
on now. Like he's been in jail he's been, incarcerated for some time, for some years.
Yeah.
So this is not recent.
I don't know, like, Julie is saying honestly, yes, but for me, R. Kelly is our great sexual song, like the album Black Panties. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think I'll say this. I think we can all agree once again that we're happy for those victims, for those little young girls that justice was served.
Yeah.
However, there's that on the flip side when it comes to the artist, because the artist, R. Kelly, the artist, it becomes just like you said, like with slogans and stuff, and it's like we don't really know. I mean, some people are very radical. They're like, I'm gonna stop listening to him and da-da-da-da. Fine, and we have to respect their
I received your
decision,
photo,
their
Julie.
opinion, right?
Julie sent me a photo of the R. Kelly album she loves. Meets the
Which is it?
I think it's I think the name of the album is R. Kelly. Yeah? I'm not sure what's the name of that album. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But she has like what I love about Julie. She has.
R. Kelly. Really, it is. Yeah.
She has the albums. But me, it's the R. It's the double album. The
double album. It was really good.
With the house.
That's why you like Don't Put Me Out. Don't Put Me Out. That was for you.
It's sometimes in my life, like, yo.
For those of you who don't know, Don't Put Me Out, basically he's talking about he's asking the girl that he's with to not, be kicked out of the house. So he just says in the chorus, he goes, Don't put me out, don't put me out.
You know what I love about this song?
He just says it over and over again.
Is the guitar and his flow.
Yeah. Crazy.
Listen. Yo.
It's crazy.
Yo. Master Electronic is saying Kelly is innocent.
One Man was a really good song too. Sorry.
Oh my. One man can make one woman hate. Oh man. Michael
He
is
wrote
saying,
that one for you too.
Hey, hey. He's on my top 5 artists of all time. Still 30 years for his 30 years career. Seems like a fair trade. I'm still shocked though. Yeah, listen, it's one of those things where you like.
But you know what I'm and it's not even me being shocked. I have questions.
I love Ellie's boy saying good night, but still leaving comments. Sorry.
Still here?
She said, I think it depends on how charges he had. So if he had 6 charges and he was sentenced to 5 years for each, then you get 30 years. Yeah, this is crazy in the US. Is to just add them up. That's crazy.
Let me tell you, when they want to get you, they're gonna get you.
That's the thing. Maybe they were like, we didn't get you the first time, and now you gave us a chance to get you. That's why I said, listen, God gave you an advertisement and a chance to go through, but you kept on. So
yeah. So okay. Real quick, my question is
4 hours and 13 minutes. She keeps asking questions. She's the one who didn't.
I'm trying to make. This is a pretty valid point that I'm trying to make.
Go ahead. I'm not sleepy yet.
So you know how
last time you did this to me, I had to wake up early because I had to get kicked out of the hotel.
And you missed your flight? You missed your...
Yeah, that's what I missed my flight.
He loves to blame me for that missed flight. I'm totally innocent.
Damn it. No, I was doing Club Shada, not knowing that my flight was leaving while I was live.
Right? Crazy.
On va tous se faire cancel
Yeah, so-
après ce live. Yeah, not going down alone.
So here's my thing, right? Where were the parents? Because let me
Ellis
tell
is
you
saying
something.
real quick, Trisha, really?
Yes, this is real quick. Real quick.
Hi, go ahead.
Where were the parents? Because, I remember back in the day, growing up, when I was
Listen.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, I couldn't go out. I had to be at home by
I
a
was
certain
scared to go out at
time.
24.
I couldn't. No, like, seriously, that's
I
how
know.
I was brought up. Like, I couldn't sleep at my friend's house. Like, what?
I'm going to
And
tell
these
you one
girls
thing.
are 14, 15, staying with a grown-ass man working on music.
Now,
As a parent?
some of them were older. Some of them were 18. Some of them were 25.
Even
It
18.
depends.
That's
But
your
one
baby.
of them said during the trial that her mom sent her and said,
There you go.
"You're gonna seduce this guy. You're gonna seduce this
Oh,
man."
wow.
Because don't forget that greed. You know. Elise Boy said you said that 2 hours ago. I do agree. She's the one keeping me here.
Kaysha, je t'avais dit, ce sujet ici, 15 minutes, impossible. Impossible.
Ezekiel says the parents were at home listening to his music with the money his team gave to them.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Listen. You know, in some countries,
Yeah, go ahead.
they like once you have been in a few different matrices, and when I say a matrix, I mean everybody believe that society is the same all around the world, right? But I believe when you enter Kinshasa, for example, or Lubumbashi, or Douala, or you go down there or you go to Bamako or wherever,
Brazil.
or you go to Brazil or
Brazil,
Thailand.
they have their own, yeah.
For me, all these are different matrices with rules that would shock you. Like I remember in 90, I was going out with a Brazilian in 96.
Ah, tu as eu beaucoup de conquêtes. Hein?
Non, pas beaucoup. 7. In 1997, so I had a Brazilian girlfriend. I was living in French Guiana, and one day we go to the beach with her sister, and so first we arrive at the beach. She removed her top. She's just there like boobs out. I was like, okay. I mean, all right. And then she has like a thong, like really like ficelle. And I'm like, okay. It was like because yeah, I'm old. I'm a little old school on those things, but I mean, at that time I was really like, okay, and not because of how I would see it as a Congolese person, but because how it was seen in France. And
Mais,
So
mais
she's
en France, il y a les plages de nudistes,
No.
non? C'est quoi le problème?
no, today I'm talking about 97. So that's 25 years ago. So I'm like, okay. And she's like, I'm like, so this is how you go to the beach? And she's like, yeah, of course. Like us Brazilian, we need to tan well. I'm like, all right, okay. So, I mean, she's Brazilian. Oh, cool. Then her mom arrives.
Uh-oh.
And same thing.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, Uh-huh. All right. And then her sister arrived plus their little sister, little sister, who she's probably 25 today, but at that time she was 3 or 4, I don't know. And she has a little tongue too, like ficelle. And I was like, yo. And then they were all looking at me like, what's wrong? But then I went to Brazil in 2007. And there it was something that was completely normal for everybody. Where in my matrix, it was a little, no, I would not say shocking, but for them, they were like, yeah, that's just a swimsuit. That's just
la ficelle.
Yeah, for them it was like, yeah, that's how you. And they all they didn't have problem. They just all laid on the sand and they were just tanning, and there was just the one being like, okay. And you know, in Thailand, I saw a documentary where in some families they will send their girls to guys like R. Kelly because they have to bring money for the family, and because they believe that as long as you don't dirty your soul, the body is just a vessel. You will reincarnate in the next body anyway. So as long as you respect your soul and you respect this body, when you give it back, you will be fine. So for them, they're like, and it's hard because every culture will have a different way of thinking. For example, I used to really believe that women in Ivory Coast were super into the money, and like they were like, they would wait for you to arrive. I give them a car, and it's just that, or something in Congo. It's just that it's a different matrix. Some people have to do different things to survive and to make their family eat. And you can arrive from your country where you have social security, private private school, blah, 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 babysitters, all that stuff. And you will judge them from your eyes. But when you start traveling, like I traveled, you start realizing that all your matrix is not the same somewhere else. You're gonna have people that when they tell you, they say, no, listen, oh yeah, this guy offered me a car. I was like, why would you offer you a car? We had a little something. It was like, they offer you a car? Yeah, he's the CEO of whatever. And you're like, wait a minute, are you materialistic? And she's like, no, I'm just, c'est un petit pigeon. What? But and you're gonna judge them in the beginning until you realize that the sport is not the same from one country to another. Before going to the US, I always believed that this was a country where everything was so strict, the rules, like, America. I thought that it was and especially everything I was seeing on TV, they swear on the Bible, that it's a very Puritan country, like. And then I arrived but then I arrived in Atlanta to do my tour, and after my show, the CEO tells me, we're gonna take you to the strip club tonight to celebrate the show. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, to the strip club?
Oh yeah, it's part of their culture there.
And when I arrived to the strip club, first of all, I see, and I'm not lying to you, I see 100 naked women. 100, and you arrive, they're all walking like nothing. And you hear, you're like, what is this place? What is this? Everybody's naked. And I mean, the women, they're walking there.
They serve you food.
They serve you food naked. They hear, and you have people, they just hear eating their chicken, and they chilling, and you're like, wait a minute, there's 10 naked women around you, and you eating chicken. and you don't understand the whole thing. And the women are beautiful, and somebody
Gorgeous.
somebody give you a gorgeous girl to do a private dance for you, and the only thing you can think about is, oh my god, she's so beautiful, I want to marry you. Why are you doing this? And you like, can I ask you a question? It's like, you don't like the dance? I'm like, no, it's not this, but can I ask you a question? And she's like, yeah, of course, darling. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, you are so beautiful. Like, in France you would be like a supermodel. And she's like,
Man, life is hard.
no. She replied to me, I make $5,000 a night.
Yeah,
I was
that's
like-
that money. Let me tell you, in Atlanta, I mean, you know this, but Atlanta, I mean,
Listen,
women, they can really make like serious bank. Serious bank.
fast forward to 2017, or even before 2012, 2011, in Miami, you find me and my boys in a strip club, and there's tons of naked women around us, and we eating our chicken. We don't care, because they're all our friends, and we don't even see them. Like, they're working, and we're just waiting for them to work so we can just all go have a drink, and we don't even care like anymore, because we have seen so, like, after a point you've seen so much that it just becomes normal. And it's just like, and those people, you would respect them there, but in France you would not respect them because of the value system of France, where this is badly seen, this goes in some bad neighborhoods, etc. Where in Miami, no, this is in the good neighborhoods, in the great places. And listen, one day I was in a strip club in Miami, and there was a whole family there. Mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, kids. The whole family was there in the strip club. And I was like, what the hell is wrong with this country?
They went there for the chicken. You know, apparently the chicken tastes better.
It's true.
The chicken in the strip club.
I do agree that the tenders are amazing. Find me at Tootsie's. So, but all this to say that sometimes I joke, it's a bad joke, I know, but at a point, the world is so horrible. If you don't joke about it, just sometimes I'm with Buddy, we're talking, and we like just to think that if R. Kelly just went to any country in Africa, nobody would care about all these activities. Because of the matrix are different. So yeah.
Yeah, but I think we still have to be careful though. I do understand, cultural differences. But especially as a woman, I have to take up for my women. Like you said, I'm like 3 women in one, so I'm trying to cover all the bases, right?
No, understand.
And as a woman, yeah. So as a woman, I kind of have to speak up here, because it's like. Whatever you do, what you do.
Yeah.
Okay, just like I was saying earlier. So long as the person that you do it with
agrees,
is of age.
Of course, and of age. And consented.
And yes. That's it.
The only problem that the society is creating right now is that when people are in the heat of the moment, you don't, like, some people will not be like, oh, wait a minute, are you sure? Do you consent? Yes, I consent. Can you write it on a paper? Can you sign this document? Because sadly, we are now seeing a few cases where people are saying, yeah, I did it, but I didn't consent. And so it is a complicated matter. So, but I mean, listen, I'm
But
not
we
gonna
still
be.
have to do our due diligence.
We do.
You know what I mean? When
Yeah.
it comes to that, because there are,
I do agree.
you know, young girls, young women, and even boys too. And that's another thing that we rarely talk about. Those young boys are being abused and all of that. And it's like it traumatizes, you know, the individual who gets abused for life. Some of them, they commit suicide afterwards. So my only thing is, do what you do behind closed doors, in your bedroom, whatever. But just make sure that that person that your partner, that sexual partner, make sure that they're of age.
Yeah.
And there's an age of consent wherever you are. I know in some states in the US it's 16. Some other places it's 18. Some other places it's whatever. Wherever you're at in this world, on this planet, make sure that you know the age, like c'est quoi le terme là?
Age of
Make sure
consent.
that they are of age. Okay.
You know,
and they have to consent. Ça te prend quoi de prendre un petit moment juste pour voir? Ok, est-ce qu'on ça va? I mean, you know what I mean?
It's complicated because, I mean, it's not complicated. I do agree with you 100%, but I know fame a little bit on my little level.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of people will throw things at you. And it's up to you and your education to navigate that as well, because nobody prepares you to everything that comes with being famous. When Bounce Baby, Téléphone, Worldwide Chico, On Dit Quoi, all these songs were the number one songs in the whole continent of Africa, plus France, plus the US, plus Portugal, plus all the Portuguese,
The West Indies.
the West Indies. Listen, I had unlimited access to pussy. Unlimited.
Talk about it. Talk
Like,
about it.
and whether you want it or not, you had like thrown in your face all the time. Sometimes I remember boys like being pissed at their moms and being pissed at me, like, you know, boys 15, 16, they're probably 30 or 36 now, still hating me, and their moms just acting like,
Oh my
just
God.
being
Not the
just like being like,
mom.
oh my God, I was Kaysha, like, oh yeah, and me, I'm like, I'm like looking at the boy like, I'm sorry, I don't, like, take your mom out, like, you see what I mean, like. And the only thing that, I mean, it's my personality and my education made the difference. But I'm highly educated and I have a special personality. I have a strong personality. The first thing I said to myself when this happened was like, don't fall to the dark side of this. You don't make music for this. You make music to express yourself. The rest comes with the territory, but that's not why you do it. And I've seen 98% of the guys who were also having a little bit of success, a lot of success, whatever, succumb quickly. Because look, at 18, I was like, not even 18. At 7, I was already the little star in my classroom. I already had all these white girls like, oh my God, they cheveux. Like, yeah, yo, I was that guy. I've been popular my whole life. So when I got 18, I was already dating models, walking with models, like being with beautiful women. And my parents had money.
Yeah.
So when I got famous and I could date more beautiful girls, I actually got more scared of are they here for me or not? I started asking myself those questions, and I was not impressed with my own money, because whatever I made my whole career is still 1% from what my father made. Like I'm 46. I still don't own my house. I'm still paying a rent. My dad owns 10. You see what I mean? But other era, other type of money. But so I was not impressed by money. I was just happy to make my own money. And I was not impressed by being able to have girls. I just had more choice. But because I already knew that I liked the top one, I was like, okay, I can have more of the top ones. Let me just take the top ones. And when there was no top ones, I was like, I'm not eating tonight. When other people, when I saw other people who didn't grow up in money and grew up ugly, all of a sudden they become beautiful because they have a nice song. And these people, trust me, they went crazy because they were like, oh, it's revenge on life. I want to eat every night. So every show, they ended up going to shows, not for the show, but for the girls after the show. And the money, of course. But for them, after the show, they had to take somebody at the hotel. And whenever I was like, I was like, oh, Kaysha, why you never have some girls with you at the hotel? I'm like, because I don't come for here. I don't come for this. I come to make my money. PD.
Right.
Huh? Yeah. Me, I was like, no, I like to be with people I know. I like to be with people I talk to. So maybe if I go to your city the first time I meet you, we're gonna start talking, blah 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 blah. And maybe the second time I come, maybe we've been talking for a while. So maybe now, hey, I'm coming back to your city after 2, 3, 4 months. Maybe we can do something because we know each other. But me, I was never like I just arrived in your city. I just saw you 5 minutes ago, and you're already in my hotel. No, because family name, because all the things that come with it.
Mais t'es discipliné aussi parce qu'il y a des gens qui viennent, qui sont issus de familles comme toi et ils agissent pas comme ça. Hein.
Je sais. That's everybody. That's why I say education is the key. But a lot of people, because they come from money, they believe that the world is at their service and other people are meat, and they over everybody. So everybody will be different. I always had my mom always told me that I have to respect people, even the employees that work at the house. I had to respect them, and this is the same thing I teach my children. We have a maid. We have people that work here at the house. I teach my children to talk to them a certain way and to respect them because they're older than you. Just this. But so when I was when we were listening, sometimes I was there. I'm in a hotel and I open the door of my room. I see naked girls running from one room to another, like 15 of them, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm just closing my room and I'm just there on the internet looking for ways to make money. But some other people, before that they were ugly, and all of a sudden, they're famous. They think they're beautiful and they can have girls that they never had. So and listen, I see some people, they were like, oh, listen, I want some. I talked to some guy. I cannot say his name because he's famous, but one guy was like, I only like the ugly ones. I was like, why? Because I don't want to talk. It's easy. Like, just take them and that's it. So I never chased the top ones. I was like, what's wrong with you guys? And it's funny. People don't realize I'm talking about Zouk shows when you get paid 2,000 euros for a show, which is a lot of money. But we're talking about R. Kelly and all
it's
these
another-
artists that are getting paid 500,000 for a show. They get 500,000 to make a song. Plus they get paid millions and millions and millions. They have apartments here and there, and they have women that are literally like, and it's the US where people are fanatic. They can do anything to anybody, and they have enablers everywhere, because as long as they're happy, the money is flowing to everybody. So they're not in touch with reality. I'm not defending, I'm just explaining what I've seen on a Zouk level, which is a thousandth of percent of what these people live on their level, where you have millions and millions of people who are willing to give you their children even, and the same people who will attack you tomorrow. Some of them, not everybody, of course, there's real victims, but in the middle of it, you can lose your mind as a human being, because you start believing that you are like some higher being, because everybody's treating you this way. It's a thing where nobody is prepared. I've seen so many people pretend that when I get famous, I'll do this, I will that, and when as I'm doing the album, I'm like, don't say what you're gonna do, because you don't know, because the money and the fame will reveal to you who you are. You might not know yet. You don't know yet, because it depends how your mama raised you. Did you have a mama to raise you? Did your dad raise you? Was there a dad? Are you angry at life? Do you think you have a revenge to take on life? Are you gonna buy 10 bottles soon as you make money, or are you gonna invest that money in cameras, lights for the future? Like, you don't know yet, because it's something to be working for a whole month to be able to just pay your rent and some food, and then to sing for 20 minutes and have 2 times your rent on one Friday, and maybe you can do another one the same Friday, and then Saturday you do another 2, and now you have 8 months of rent for working 3 hours. It just changed your whole perspective on work, on life, or on the needs of possibilities, and it can either make you way more ambitious, like he made me, or it can make you think that, oh, I made it, it's easy, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's free pussy too, yo. Oh, they're throwing them at me. Oh, I get to choose. I'm sorry, can I take the 2 of them? Wait, can I have the mom and the daughter? Yes, you can have both of us. Yo, and then Sodom and Gomorrah, and you can dive in there. And listen, I've seen people dive in there. I've seen people. There's this girl. She was always coming with her daughter to the show, and she was taking the daughter. I think she was like 40. The daughter was 19, and she was taking the daughter with her to get the artist. And I remember what I one day I was asking why, like, you're not gonna do this. It's a mom and the daughter, and it was like, what you mean I'm not gonna do this? They are the ones proposing. I was like, yeah, but like, you can also just go to bed and like, you see your girlfriend tomorrow. And the reply was off. On n'est pas des PD comme toi. I was like, no, listen. You guys have no idea what we see.
It's very dark. Yeah, it's
people.
It's a very dark
and imagine
industry. And yeah, go ahead.
It's not even the industry. It's people.
I mean, because we're talking about the music industry right now.
Yeah,
right?
no,
I mean, we're talking about R. Kelly and everything.
Yeah. No, what I mean is
around
that
him, but
the industry.
it's people. It is people. Yeah.
The industry is the industry. That's for sure. But the people, forget the industry. The people,
Yes.
the way people react to power, fame, money. You have the on dit quoi for the last 24 years have been
Chanson fétiche.
it's been one of the biggest songs of Africa, right? When I was going to Abidjan, like the top girls in Abidjan, it was just like, bro, just decide. Like everybody wants you, and I was like, what? No, I'm sorry. I just had a baby. I have my wife at home. Yeah, nobody cares. What? it's this thing where it at a point the devil is gonna start looking at you and being like, yeah, it's for you. It is up to you to decide. I'm not doing this. Like, and I'm so lucky that I had a manager that was a woman who told me early, hey, when we go do shows, after the shows, don't go back there to go dance with people, etc. If you like somebody, discreet, we will send somebody, whatever. And she was telling this to my dancers, and everybody was like, oh, she's oh my god, she's a nightmare. But this gave us a direction. You see what I mean? This gave us a direction of and as well my education. I was like, I don't want to be lost in this, because when you start arriving in places, you invited in a birthday party. They tell you it's a birthday party, and when you arrive at the birthday party, you have 300 naked people fucking, and you like, all right, you can call a taxi.
Kaysha, t'as besoin d'une séance, on dirait.
No, me. Listen, the thing is this. Because I'm very vieux jeu, I was just like, let me call a taxi and get the fuck out of here. Every time I found myself in these type of places, I was like, let me be out. But a lot of people, we get lost in it because they don't have the mental. They don't have the mental. And now imagine if every time you do a show,
and the discipline. Right?
Now
because
imagine
you can have the right upbringing, the right environment, and still fall.
Exactly. Listen.
And still,
Imagine our politicians who, and I'm not giving excuse to nobody, but imagine all our politicians that grew up with nothing. I'm talking about the generation of our parents who had nothing, and all of a sudden they're head of states, and they have not only they have power, money, and they can have anybody they want.
Yeah.
This is how all these half brothers are in every family. Now imagine all these guys. Listen, like a lot of these guys were not like, and it's just, listen, imagine all these guys who grew up in the ghetto in the States, and from one day to the next, you now have open bar everywhere you go. And sometimes I look at I've probably been to 100 countries, and in every country it was the same thing. You can take anybody you want. Then it's just up to you and your decision. Are you taking or not? The first time I came to Portugal, I was like, what the hell is this country? They are all beautiful. And everybody was like, me. And you're like, oh my God. Like, then it's up to you to decide what type of life you want. From time to time, you're going to be like, okay, you have to balance the, hey, listen, why not? I'm single or I'm not, whatever. And some people,
Or I'm not.
some, I mean, only when I'm single. Some people will just fall in the whirlwind of this. Some people will just like be like, oh my god, I can have one. Oh my god, I can have two. Like, some people, they will take 10, and they will just take everybody, put everybody in the hotel, and then just go from one to the other. Like, because some people, they get lost in there, just like drugs. Because fame is worse than cocaine, worse than crack, worse than everything. Because fame is like, it gives you like this. It's like everybody that is sending you a special kind of energy, and it's everybody's deifying you. Everybody's making you a god, and you. It's up to. I mean, it's, if you're a strong person, you will always say to yourself, "This can end tomorrow." If you're a weak person, listen. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I never had a girl like this. I was never able to have a girl like this. And boom, there you go. Oh, I brought my friend. And then then you start going, and then you have the enablers, and then you have the thing, and listen, like, and trust me, it's the same thing with all these meetings that they do when they come to other countries to sign deals. There's always a point where you have girls coming from everywhere. Like, you're like, listen, the world is, I think the problem that I have with all the virtue signaling is like, people act like if the world is like le pays des bisounours. People don't see how the world is and how normal people are. Normal people have a fascination with power that is the same reason why people pray to God. People pray to, is that there's like a, people need to be fascinated by something. It's I think it's inherent in human beings. They like, when they see power, when they see strength.
I mean, it's attractive also. Let's not act like, when you see a powerful man, I would say, not even powerful, I would say when you see a person that has access to people that are powerful. Do you know what I mean? Just because that person can actually introduce you to such and such, they're influential within their field, that can be attracting to some people.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's true. It is, and again, we have to, before people, we always have to say, it's not to give excuse to people. But a lot of people who comment have no idea what it is to be, I imagine somebody who has kinks, somebody who has a divine, who's deviant, who has they like things that they're not supposed to like, and in their head they know what they should not do. But then you have the whole world giving you what you're supposed to not take, and you don't have the education, you don't have the mental stamina. And you have people, and everybody's
enablers.
People are enabling, or they're pretending they're not seeing. And all of a sudden, you end up thinking that you are above the law. You're starting to think that you are a special being. And I one day my dad was talking to me about a president that I will not name because I have to be careful with what I say.
Vraiment, pardon, Kaysha, j'ai pas besoin qu'on me cancel ici.
So he was talking to me about when, after the independence of Congo, and what everybody was thinking, and how there was like a direction. There was a real belief in a mission, and you had the Americans behind you, all that stuff. And there was like, okay, guys, da 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 da, money, this, da 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 da. Let's make this country great, and everybody had a. In the beginning, there was this sense that they all had, all of them, of we're gonna take our country to the next century. And then people start treating you like a god. And like they are just men. Like 20 years before, they were walking barefoot by the river and fishing. And now they are multi-billionaires because there's unlimited money coming from diamonds, gold, CIA, all that stuff. And you are now you are a president for life. And everybody, you can have whoever you want, you can do whatever you want, and you can decide of the life of anybody. If you say, oh, I don't like this guy, kill him, he goes. How do you think if some little $1,000 shows can destroy the head of somebody? Imagine now you are the king of a country. Like, that's what people don't understand about power. People don't understand, and they keep acting like if celebrities like are, and they keep thinking, oh, if it was me, I would have been like that. You don't know until you have $1 million coming in your bank account every week or every month. Listen, me, I remember just I had like, sometimes I had like 2,000 euros coming every day. Or sometimes I wake up the next day, I have 200,000 from royalties, from publishing money, from song I did for here. Like, you wake up one day, you go to sleep, you have $100 euros. The next day you have 200,000. You have like, you have no idea. Like, if I didn't have the education that I had, you can go crazy. And if I didn't have at that time the girlfriend that I had, because I was like, okay, like, what do you want? Oh, I want that shampoo from Red Can. I was like, that's it? Or let's just buy a new bed. Huh? Why? I don't want to sleep and no more where you fucked all the bitches. Huh? Like, that's it? Like, but you see what I mean? Like, it's people are gonna comment and they're gonna come with their emotions, never realizing that when you are on a, when you start going on the next level of life and wealth, of success and wealth, the rules start changing for you. You know, I haven't paid to enter in a club in the last 30 years. I don't know what it is to queue to get in a club or to pay anything in a club. Because when I go in a club, I mean, in the countries where people know me, of course, which is a lot of countries, when I go, I have a table and a bottle and I don't drink. But people are going to be like, oh, yeah, he's here. And the DJ is going to start playing my songs. And I personally, I don't care, but I actually don't even know how it is different. And imagine that my wife, who's been with me now for 9 years, when she wants to go to clubbing, she also now had the bad habits of telling me, yeah, I want to go to this club. And I don't even call the club owner, I call security. I was like, yeah, my wife is coming at this time. She's going to be with her sister, da-da-da-da. And automatically she has a table and etc. It changes people because it changes habit because you go up to a certain level. I remember when I was having that conversation with my cousin, and I was telling my cousin, you remember when we would rent a room for like 50 euros in Rotterdam to go to the carnival, and we would sleep in the same bed. And then he was like, oh yeah, I remember the good old days, and and I was like, and today, if it's not a 4-star hotel, we don't like, and yeah, we have no problem paying a room at 300 per night when we go to countries, etc., just because we can today. But we remember where we came from, but still, we just moved to a different ladder in life. And some people, when you tell them, hey, it's 5,000 a night, they're like, oh, nice. Those people are on that next level. And some people, it's 50,000 a night. And but the people who put the comments, it doesn't mean that those people are above the law. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that what they can do to your brain, and because of all the people who are there throwing you things. Listen, some you guys don't believe because people want to see the world how it is not. You don't think that some parents didn't bring their children to R. Kelly? They did. I'm telling you, because I've seen it happen with people who were way less than R. Kelly. I've seen it happen with people who were like, I've seen big brothers come with their little sister and say, hey, my little sister wants to fuck one of y'all's. And the girl was clearly under 18. And I'm like, I'm going to.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, okay, and that's my point exactly. Like, those parents need to be held accountable.
For real.
They need to be held accountable for that.
I'm telling you. But they won't, because that's not how the system and the world works. The world wants to make an example and to punish one man. And listen, he's being punishing for his sins. So because in the end, he's a grown person who make his own decisions, and he had a chance to redeem himself and stop with everything. And I guess he continued. So like I said, now everybody will do what they want. Personally, if us, again, I'm not a crazy activist. So if on my playlist there's a song playing, I'm gonna continue my life, and I'm just gonna let it play and sing along. I'm sorry. And oh, do you know this song was sang for whoever it was for? You don't know. You were not there. You don't know what this is a song about. This is all your constructions. And even if I don't know, all I know is what the song means to me as memories. But I understand, like, listen, everybody, make your own decisions, do your own research, and stop listening to hashtags. It's been 5 hours. Elise Boys is still
Can we just say?
Elise Boys says, did Trisha said quickly again? It's been 7 hours.
I'm sorry, you guys. It's just, it's
This is a normal Kaysha and Trisha conversation, you guys.
No, it's not. I mean, maybe, but
it is.
Maybe it is, but
sometimes we have those conversations, but by voice notes on WhatsApp.
Yo, the Will and Jada, when you and I were having that conversation about Will and Jada, it was. But you know what I appreciate, and this has nothing to do with. I'm going off topic a little bit, but what I can appreciate with
What up, Urban Sweet Spot? Go ahead.
Oh man, yo, this is crazy. One of the many things that I can appreciate with Kay is that we can actually have a conversation like grown adults. like grown people. It's respectful. It's, you know what I mean? Like we listen to each other's opinions, and it's, you know, it's we're very mature,
And
you
we
know,
agree to
and
disagree.
I learned from. And sometimes we don't even disagree. Sometimes we do agree, but it's like, but hold on. There's this one element
Yeah.
that, you know, I would like to bring up. And it's like, honestly, I don't think, Kaysha, you and I don't think we ever disagreed on anything. And even with the Will and Jada thing, I think we agreed
I think we
on the fact that
we just come from from different sides, but yeah, we always agreed on. But
We
it's just
always
the
agreed.
details.
Yeah. So that's and to me, you know, being able to have these types of conversations where we feel safe, where I mean, at this point, Kaysha knows that whatever he's gonna say, I'm not gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe that. And even with me, if I were to say something, he's not gonna be like, oh my God, Trish, I can't believe that. No, because there's that level of respect first and foremost, and we listen to what the other person has to say, and yeah, I think we just all need to be respectful, be mindful of other people's desires, of freaky sides, whatever you're into, do what you do, but just make sure.
You didn't tell
your
us what
sexual
you're
partner-
into.
I'm not into the freaky shit. I'm not.
Oh,
so
okay.
you already.
All right.
I'm very vanilla. And I hope no one in my family is watching this. I'm very vanilla when it comes to those things. So, you know, hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom. My mom is probably sleeping. Oh my God.
Yeah, so, man.
Tricia Azul post, c'est officiel.
Quel poste? Quel poste?
It's Master Electronic.
Oh, man. Can you go? Okay, I'm gonna shut up. You can go through the chat. I think I'm done for the night.
Listen, 5 hours. You beat your record on Club Shada.
I'm done. God.
My God. You see, I told you I was about to call you. Oh my God. I think I've been through the chat already. Like, because if I go through the chat and there's something, we're gonna end up talking about it. So listen, everybody in the chat listen. We had 270 views. Damn. And there's still the same amount of people are still here awake.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Ellie's boys is still
I
not
can't
asleep.
believe
And
I'm
listen,
still here.
I can't believe that Julie is not sleeping, because normally Julie falls asleep mid-show usually, and she's still here.
Aw.
So that must be your voice that is keeping her
Aw.
awake. Oh my God. Ezekiel is saying that your voice is sweet.
Oh my God.
Continue
Thank
talking.
you.
What you talking? You're 19 years old. What are you talking to grown-up women? I mean, maybe she's into that.
it's
Maybe
just-
maybe
it's
she's
a
into
compliment,
youngsters. Maybe
you know?
she's into youngsters. Who knows?
He's no, it's a little compliment. I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No.
Oh no, some. Listen. I'm just gonna say it. This show is brought to you. This show is brought to you by Shada.
I'm
The
gonna
guys of
mute
good
myself.
fortune.
Let me mute myself so you can do this properly.
Everybody in the chat, if you enjoy, put some unicorns in the chat and some hearts in the chat for Trisha. Yeah, I never know if I have to say Tricia, Trisha, Trish.
Whatever feels right. You have to go with your soul, your gut feeling. You know.
Ouais, tu ferais une bonne femme de maison. Anyway.
Bye.
Alright, everybody. Say thank you to Tricious. And I'm gonna play you. What am I gonna play you? I'm gonna play you Your Loving. I'm gonna play you Your Loving to let you go because it's listen. Damn, that was a long show, but I'm gonna make some good content from that. I'm gonna play you Your Loving, Bodhisattva Ancestral Soul remix, and I'm saying to you thank you so much, and I need to get some sleep now, and I'll see you Sunday, and thank you so much for coming. Thank you for Tricia to being with us, and listen, sometimes let me just play the music. Bisous, bisous.
Easy me overreacting, completely covered.